Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. It's LaShawn from Let's Get Social, and we are getting ready to sew McCall's 8142. So I see we already have people waiting. I'm so sorry I was late today, but I'm so glad that you are here. Hi, Miss Alethea. Hey, Black Sewing Network. Carmen. Hello, hello. So again, apologies for being late, but I'm so glad that you all are here. We know we have some people coming in. I've been playing around with, as you all know, I've got new lighting system. Well, you don't know I have a new lighting system. I have some new cameras, and then I just added some new lighting system. And as much as I try to like test it in advance to try to make sure everything is working, um, is no test like doing it in real time. So I'm still working out a little bit of the kinks. I was a little under the weather the last couple of days, so bear with me. Anyway, I'm excited because we have a amazing dress that we are going to sew, which we're doing McCall's 8142, and we are going to be sewing view A, which is this pink dress, the one that I've been like splattering all over your social media pages. I'm really excited to sew it, and I'm also excited because I am using some fabric that I've had. So the other thing I've been trying to do is use some of the fabric that I have in my stash. So the fabric that I am going to use is I'm using this. I think it's like a poly blend. So the fabric for this pattern, it calls for a knit that has a 50% stretch. And we talked about this on the last live session that we had. What I learned when I went into Joann's, one of my more recent visits, is that sometimes if you want to try a fabric that is not necessarily the fabric that is being recommended, but it has the same qualities or textures of that fabric, you can potentially substitute it, but you want to make sure that it has, if they have this stretch guideline, that it has the right amount of stretch. So I did do that, and it did have the right amount of stretch. So I'm really excited. Hey, right, Risha, that's right. Tell me if I'm saying it right. Hello. Hey, Cabela, welcome. Hi, Alberta. Hey, Julian. Hi, Naima. Oh, lots of people. So welcome to everyone that is on. So let me show you the fabric that I'm using today. Um, so it is, so I've been trying to like step out of my comfort zone, not do a whole lot of blacks. But one of the dresses that I do want to make is something that I can wear, I think, on New Year's Eve. So I have picked this fabric, which is like a black, but it has all these like a green, a purple, a gold, or yellowish color like mixed in it. Now the fabric is a little bit see-through. So, but this pattern is calls for a full lining of the bodice and the skirt. So I am going to use power mesh for that lining. It tells you, it recommends that the lining is in a tricot. So I'm that's the first time that I've ever even heard of that word. So of course I looked it up, and it said, the type of material that is used with like underwear, and that gave me a good idea of, the type of material and the stretch that I would need. And so I felt like the power mesh would do the right job. So it's going to give me the coverage that I need. So I'm using a black power mesh similar to what I used the last time when we sewed it, except for this time I did not sew it in advance because the instruction calls for a full lining. So we'll, go through that as we do, as we make the garment. So I have everything already pre-cut out, except for the elastic. There is elastic in this. So I'll be cutting the elastic out, but I do have the elastic guides cut out. So hello, everyone. So we're going to get right into it. So if anybody is sewing along, please, hi, Demetria, please drop something in the chat. Let me know. If you all were following me on the social platforms, you saw that I did recently drop 2 of the 3 dresses that I owed you. So I still owe you the last dress I did from the November sew along. That was the pumpkin colored dress, or the burnt orange color dress. I do have it fully completed. I was waiting till I got some shoes in. I got those shoes in. I just have not had time to take pictures in the dress because I started feeling a little bit under the weather. So I still owe you that. I cannot wait to take those pictures in it because the dress is amazing. The boots with it look amazing. So yes. Yeah. So if you're on TikTok and you are here, please, click the like button, tap, 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 so I can get the likes. The more likes, the more followers that will get on. So definitely give me some taps. I really appreciate it. All right, we're going to get started. So the first step is it tells us that we're going to do some reinforcement stitches and some gathering stitches in our bodice. So we're going to take our piece number 1. So the other thing is that in some of these, as I'm pulling out piece number 1, one of the things I do want to tell you is that this pattern did not have finished garment measurements. I went and looked on YouTube to find some other people that have made the pattern to see if I could get a better understanding of like what sizes that they picked based on their, measurements. And it was difficult for me to find that information. So the largest size that I had purchased was a size 14. I measured myself and I was more along the lines of a size 16. So I did make some adjustments to this pattern. I added about 6/8 of an inch to the waist, hip, to the bust area, the waist, hip area. I added 6/8 of an inch. And I'm hoping that will account for my, the difference in the measurements between the 14, which is what I cut, and the 16, which is what I need. So we're going to be doing this together. We'll see like where we end up. And again, I don't know how much ease is in this because we don't have any finished garment measurements. But when I finish doing this, what I will do is I will post what my measurements are and what I cut. And so hopefully that will be helpful to other people that decide to sew this, because it does make it a little bit difficult to figure out what size you should cut without knowing how much ease is in the garment. And of course, for anybody who is, an experienced sewist, if you have any tips for how to make that determination when you don't know how much ease because you don't have the finished finished garment measurements, how do you determine what size you should be sewing? If you have any tips for that, please drop it in the chat. And I'm sorry, I forgot to click. Where's my life? I don't know. Okay, anyway. All right, I got my piece number 1 out, and I am going to be sewing across the top shoulder seam. I'm going to be sewing 2 gathering stitches. So I'm not going to use my gathering foot because I did make some adjustments to this garment, and I want to make sure that I can make the adjustments that I need easily. So I'm going to sew 2 gathering stitches into the top of the shoulder seam. And then there's also a reinforcement stitch that I need to stitch around the corner of, I believe this is where the shoulder part is going to be. And so for those that are on TikTok, let me just hold this up and show it to you this way. So this is the shoulder. I'm going to do 2 gathering stitches here, and then I'm going to do a reinforcement stitch here. So that's what we're going to do now. And so this gives you even a better look. This is what the wrong side of the fabric that I'm using looks like, and this is what the right side looks like. So we're going to see, how this turns out. I feel really good about it. We will see. And I'm going to try to turn this a little bit. Oops, not that. There you go. I'm going to turn this a little bit so you can see the sewing machine too. Oh, no wonder. Like, Lord. Okay, there we go. All right. So I'm doing my gathering stitches. So when we do the gathering stitches, I usually adjust my width to about 5. I pull a little bit of the thread out so I have like something to pull on. And then I put those stitches in the seam allowance. So, Risha, you say you're finally finishing No Me 2046. Well, I cannot wait to see it. Please tag me. I would love to be able to see it. So the other thing that you all, and I appreciate you all kind of hanging in there with me last time when I had all those, problems with my sewing machine. But I'm also realizing that this fabric that I'm using today is very thin. So I have to be extra careful to make sure that it does not get stuck in my sewing machine. And most importantly, that it does not rip, because I don't have any more. Oh, yes, I do. Actually, I do. I do have more. So if it does rip, I will be able to. But hopefully it doesn't, because this fabric cannot tolerate being pulled out of. And it already kind of got stuck in there just now. So I'm going to need your extra little prayers so that we don't end up with problems like we did last time. So I'm going to take my piece of cotton, and I'm just going to run a stitch just to make sure I don't end up with any problems. My voice is still is still on the half, so this is not my normal voice. Hey, Aisha, welcome. Okay, there we go. Well, that was simple enough. That worked. All right, I may have to put some paper or something underneath here with this fabric because it is very thin. Okay. It's working, no problems. So I just leave a little extra so I can have something to pull on. And now I'm making another row. Again, being just really careful that I leave enough to pull, so it will be easy for me to do the gathers. But also, again, because this fabric is very thin, and I have my my walking foot down too to help me pull the fabric along. All right, one shoulder done. And now I'm going to do my reinforcement stitch around that edge, again, in the seam allowance. And there's like a dot in the middle in the corner. You're basically going to stitch two. Oh, what happened? Let me see. There we go. And for some reason, my other camera disconnected. Not sure why, but we're going to reconnect it again. Add to stage. There we go. All right. Yeah, so there is a dot that you know what? I gotta go back and adjust my width. That you use to tell you when to pivot. And I'm just going to restitch this first part because I did it with that larger stitch. So I'm just going to take that out. Because this just like that, it's out. Okay. Well, that was fast. That just came right out. So I'm hoping if this dress turns out the way that I want it to, the plan is to wear this dress on New Year's Eve. So another adjustment that I made, not so much because of sizing, but just preference, is I wanted it to be a little bit longer. So I added 2 inches to the length of the skirt so that it would be a little bit longer on me. I do like I like longer skirts. I like longer dresses. That's my preference. So I did add a little bit. We'll see. If I don't like it, then I'll change it in the end. But as you know, it's easier to cut than it is to add. So I added 2 inches. All right, reinforcement stitch done. And now I'm just going to increase my stitch width to 5. And now I'm doing my gathering stitches again. I'm going to pull out a little extra of the thread so that I can have something to pull on when time is right. And I'm going to put in 2 rows. And then I just pull a little bit and cut. And now I'm going to put in the second row. And there we go. So that is done. So I have put in the gathering stitches at the top, the reinforcement stitch in this corner, and I've done that on both of those piece 1s, which is the bodice front piece. So then I'm going to put this to the side, and I'm going to get piece number 3. So I'm going to take these 2 pieces, and just so you can see what I did on, this is how I added the extra on piece number 1. So I can get that extra 6/8 of an inch that I needed to add along the waist, and I tapered it up at the shoulder. So the shoulder is the same width so that I can match the front and the back shoulder, and I didn't need that more on the shoulder. So I'm just going to put this over to the side. These are piece number 1, and I'm going to get piece number 3, and that is the front bodice lining. So let me see, I think that is actually right here. This is piece, so that's the back skirt, and this is the skirt, and this might be the lining. Let's see. Yes, so here is piece number 3. I did not add extra onto this lining because, again, this is very, as you notice, is very stretchy. So I feel like I should be okay with those measurements. So now what we are doing is it's telling us to put a stay at the center back edge. So if you, I don't know if you all remember, last time we used this clear elastic at the top, or we used it on the shoulder. And so it's telling us to kind of put this elastic at this top part. Let me just show you. Move this over to the side. Move that here. So it is asking us to put a stay at this top of the shoulder part. And so it would be, basically, you can't see this because I've got on black, but it would be across the shoulder part, basically putting a stay right across this, like a binding across the seam binding, I'm sorry, across the top part. And I usually don't put them in, but I put it in the last time. I'm not really sure how. I've never done it on power mesh, but we'll do it and we're going to see, you know, how it works. I don't know that it'll add, I guess it might limit it somewhat from stretching, overstretching with the power mesh. So we will see. I'm just putting it right sides together so that I can make sure that I do it on the right side. So Sabine, you said you made this for, first of all, hello. Hi, Babe Backs, welcome. You said, so Miss Alethea said, if there are no finished measurements on neither the tissue pattern, right, there's none on the tissue pattern either, nor the pattern envelope, then the best thing to do is to measure each piece for total measurements, add or subtract the ease that you want. Oh, okay. Well, now we know. Now we know. So if there are no finished garment measurements on either the tissue pattern pieces themselves or on the pattern folder, then you need to add up. It says the best thing to do is measure each piece for total measurements and then add or subtract the ease that you want. So now we know. But we're going to see what happens. I've definitely added, like I said, 6/8 of an inch to all the pattern pieces, except for these 2 lining pieces. I didn't add it to this. So it is in the front lining pieces because the front linings use the same pattern piece as the fabric pieces, but what is this? No, I'm sorry. It's in the back lining, but not the front, because they use 2 separate pieces. So we'll see. I've added some in there. Thank you for that. So Sabine, you said you made this last year. So one of the things that I had shared is that, you know, this doesn't have any, as you know, because you made it, it doesn't have any finished garment measurements. And so I feel like it was really hard to try to judge what was the best size for me. What did you come up with in terms of trying to figure out your finished garment, like sizing? Was it like way off from the pattern, that size that you estimated, or how did you manage that? And Risha, did you say, oh, Demetria, you said you're going to be making this dress tomorrow. I cannot wait to see it. Please tag me Hi, Jalen. Hello. And let me just check. Hello, everybody on Instagram. Welcome. Jalen, I thought you said you were getting on. Hi, Brooklyn. I thought you said you were getting on. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you, Brittany. I appreciate you. I thought you said you were getting on YouTube. Thank y'all for the likes. I appreciate it. Sewing fashion designer, I appreciate you. Okay. So I've just clipped it on. I'm using my clips today, especially with this power mesh. I feel like pins do not stay in power mesh. Well, depends on how you're pinning. All right, and I'm just going to do a single regular stitch. So what it says to stay center back edges of the bodice front, cut seam binding at the length of the bodice front lining. And it doesn't really say how to stitch it, but I'm just going to do a single stitch across. It says on wrong side, pin stay to bodice front. Let me see. On wrong side, pin stay to bodice front, centering over the seam line. Add, adjust gathers and base. Stitch bodice fronts together. Okay, that's a different step. To stay center back edges of bodice, cut seam binding the length of the bodice front lining. Okay, we did that. And then it says on the wrong side, pin the stay to the bodice front. Pattern tissue at center back. Okay, we did that. On the wrong side, pin the stay to the bodice front, centering over the seam line. Okay, so it's actually telling us to put this, putting it over the seam line. Okay, so it just wants us to put it. So we're actually going to put this binding on we're going to actually put this binding on, not on the lining. It just wants us to use the lining to measure the length of the binding, but we are going to put the actual binding on our we're going to actually put it on our bodice front. And it's saying then you're going to adjust the gathers so that it is that length. So you're going to basically pin it in the middle, and then you're going to adjust your gathers. But we're going to centering it over the seam line, adjust the gathers, and then baste it. So if you're able to see this, you'll see, and I'm going to show you, I'm going to hold it up what I've done so that people on TikTok can see it as well. But basically, I am centering this binding on the wrong side of the front bodice, and then I'm going to adjust my gather so that my shoulder width is the same size as the seam binding, which will be then the same size as the bodice lining. So I'm just pulling. There we go. So that it ultimately ends up being the same size. Almost it's easier for me to pull it off. Okay, that's about it. So now I am going to clip this back on, and then I'm going to do a basting stitch across. And so let me just show you what I've done. So basically, we have this seam binding, which is the length. The length of this seam binding is the same length as the bodice, front bodice lining. So I used that to gauge. And then what I did was I then pulled my gathers to make sure that the gathers in the actual front bodice are the same length as this binding strip. And now I am going to do a basting stitch right across this binding. So I'm going to do that on both pieces. And I'm actually going to just put another clip in the middle just so it stays. And I'm just turning this back to 5.0 because it is a basting stitch. Okay, so Bain says she made this dress last year. You said you made it in about 3 hours. You did not have any problems. You made a size 12. Yes, I would love to see a picture. Please send me a picture. I would love to see a picture. So when you say you didn't have any problems, so the size 12, is that like your normal size that you would pick when you sew a dress made of knit with 50% stretch? So that makes me feel good, because then I feel like, well, it makes me feel good in that this dress won't be too small for me, which is what I was really nervous about, that the dress would be too small. But I did, again, I used the measurements that were given, which are not not the finished garment measurements. And based on those, I added 6/8 of an inch. So to the bust, the hips, and the waist. So we'll see if it's too big. If it's too big, I might take the serger. And, you know, the great thing about knowing how to sew is we could fix stuff. Okay, so this is how it would look. If you can see that there's like a little bit of gathering there. And now I'm going to do the same thing with the other side. As soon as I can find my other little piece. What did I do with it? Okay, here we go. So these are the front. So I'm just going to clip these to this so I don't misplace them. And I'm going to move them out the way until it's time. And I'm going to move this one out the way. Okay, so same thing. Doing the same thing to this side. So I'm going to, you can't see it because it's clear, but I'm just going to hold this up instead of pinning it down and use it as a guide. If I could figure out, there we go. And then just pull. Oh, not too much. Just adjust these gathers. All right, there we go. And now I'm just going to clip this on. And we're going to stitch it. You say you did not put the elastics in the sleeves. Okay. Yeah, I love that part. I love the sleeve. So I will definitely be putting the elastic in the sleeve. I love that, you know, kind of poofy sleeve. Now I'm hoping that I'm going to get that effect, but we will see if I get that effect. I don't know if I'm going to get that effect with this fabric because, like I said, it is very thin. It doesn't have a lot of structure to it. So we're going to see. I think it's a beautiful fabric. So to give you an idea of this fabric, if you all remember the dress that I wore to the fashion show, when we went to the DC fashion show last year, which was so much fun, by the way. The dress that I had wore there, I made with the same fabric, a different design, but the same fabric. So I'm very, and I'll post I'll see if I can find a picture to show. But here's the other shoulder that is now done. So both of the shoulders are done. And so what it tells us to do now is to stitch the bodice front sections together at the center back. So these are our bodice fronts. We're going to do right sides together. So I am laying this out. And I'm going to, let me just adjust this a little bit so you can see a little bit better. Here we go. And then I'm going to clip this and match up my notches. Let me see. So it says stitch bodice fronts together at center back seam. So I thought this was the shoulder, but apparently it's not. This is the neckline. So I called it shoulder. It's not the shoulder. So I think I said this on a live before. You know, one of the things that I struggle with is looking at the pattern pieces and knowing where they fit. I don't know where they fit. And often, you know, unless it's like a very obvious piece like the sleeve, I'm never going to get the sleeve confused. But, or a, you know, a skirt, or if it's a traditional looking bodice, I know what that is. But if it is not like what I'm used to seeing, I do not know where it goes. I think it just comes with time that you can begin to recognize the pieces. But one of the things that has helped me in the past is I started doing this. I saw Carmen do this a lot, and I'm like, that will help me because I don't often know where pieces go or where they fit together. It's almost like it's a puzzle, and I don't know where all the pieces fit until I actually finish the complete puzzle. That's probably the best, most accurate way that I could describe it. But the way that I've started kind of helping myself is by pinning everything to my dress form. And then I have a visual of how all these pieces fit together, where they go. But I didn't get a chance to do that today because the last couple of days since Tuesday, I was just not feeling great. So I was doing the least. So here we go. So I'm sewing this, the two back pieces together, and I'm sewing it at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. And I've matched up all my notches. You know, when I looked on YouTube for this dress, I found a lot of people made this pattern, but not this dress. I actually didn't find anyone who actually made this dress. I saw a lot of people made view C is what I most found. And I found two people that had made view B, but I didn't come across anyone who had made view A. Although I thought I recently saw someone post it in our sewing community that had made view A. But I saw a lot of people had posted or inboxed me that they had this pattern. So I am excited to see other people make it. Okay, so here we go. This is the back together. This is now what I was calling the shoulder is the back of, I believe this is the back of the neck is what I believe it is. So anyway, so we have stitched the front sections together at the center seam. I'm sorry, this is the front. I'm so confused how this is the front. This is, let me just see. Stitch bodice front sections together at the center, at center back. Oh, snap. You know what I did? I was supposed to just sew it across the top, and I sewed it down the side. Okay, well, we're using the seam ripper. Here we go. First time. I sewed the center back. What it was saying is basically sew the neckline in the back. And that is not what I did. So we are using the seam ripper and taking this out. Pray for me that I don't snag my fabric. I'm just gonna make a couple and then I should be able to just pull it out. See, this is why I love to, especially with a dress like this, I don't think it's complicated. So I had got an inbox and someone asked me, do I think that this is a beginner pattern? I think this is like more of an intermediate or pattern or an average pattern. And the reason is because not only because of the instructions, but because of some of the steps, like it has, you have to create casing to put the elastic in. Although I don't know that that's a real difficult step, but you just have to be able to understand the instructions part of it. So I think of somebody who's, maybe an intermediate beginner could probably do this. It might take them a little bit longer to figure it out. But I think if this is your first or second or third or fourth pattern that you're doing, you will probably have a little bit of a time trying to get through it. So even though there aren't really zippers or buttons, I think, or if you have somebody that you could call to say, hey, I have a question about this, then I think you can get through it. Because it's more about just understanding the instructions, which, as you can see, as I'm going through it, it's not always as straightforward. You say your general rule of thumb is there are 2 inches difference between each side. So you add a 1/2 inch added to each side seam allowance will give you 2 inches total ease. Oh, that is good to know. That is a great rule of thumb. So Miss Alethea, So Much Talent, had shared like, hey, if you are trying to figure out how much ease to add when you're dealing with a pattern that doesn't necessarily have the finished garment measurement. So you have no idea how much ease is there. Oh, what's happening? Oh, there we go. Okay. That when you are adding, she's saying that basically the general rule of thumb is that 2 inches, there is 2 inches difference between each size. And so a 1/2 inch added to each side seam allowance basically gives you 2 inches of total total ease. And that actually kind of makes sense now that you say it. That makes sense. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I was just as I was looking at like, okay, what's the next step? Because the one thing is that the front of this has a little bit of opening, and what I like about it is that it's not totally open, so you have a little bit of modesty there. So if this is something that you wanted to wear and still have some good coverage in your chest area, I feel like this will give you that. I really like this pattern. I think I'm going to make view B at some point. It's going to be on my to-do list. Hi, sexy Greta. Welcome. Hi, Adalika. Adelaikas. I hope I said that right. It's a beautiful name. Thank you so much, Brittany. You are keeping the likes alive, and I appreciate you for it. I definitely do. So Demetria, please tag me when you make this dress. Please tag me. Let me know. And if you run into any problems as you are sewing it, have any questions, let me know. Are you doing view A as well? Hi, Valerie. So I have, as you all know, I think I shared this. So this is our third week adding Instagram back in. And it's a little different from, Facebook and YouTube, even though they are on StreamYard now. The comments still don't show on StreamYard. So it's kind of like TikTok where the comments stay on the platform. But I put my laptop closer to me so I can monitor the comments, but you can't scroll the screen. So if once it's off the screen, you can't really see it. Thank you. I know I just added these cameras. I'm still trying to get a feel for them. So it's the Mevo. It's 3 cameras, so they give you 3 different views. And I wish I could figure out how all 3 views could show at the same time, but I can flip back and forth. So like, oh, I meant to flip to this one so you can see what I'm doing. So yeah, I do. I love that. I said I got to do better with people being able to see what I'm doing. And it's so hard sometimes to show because I might be looking one way and then looking another. So I was like, oh, this. So then I also just got some lighting but I haven't gotten a chance to like play with it. So I'm going to show you. Did I leave it up here? I did. So for those people, y'all don't really know me that well outside of sewing, but I am a total technology person. I love technology, I don't know, I love technology. Like, I just love new things, trying new things, particularly if it has something to do with technology. So the lighting, so like the cameras, I got like Wi-Fi cameras so they can connect, wirelessly to the internet. And so I was like researching lighting on YouTube and reading and watching all these different people's like setup, because a lot of times when you're searching lighting, people who are talking about lighting, they are just talking directly to the camera. They're not doing what we do in sewing, which is doing sew-alongs, which is doing live demonstrations. So it's not just your ability to look at me, it's your ability to look at me and the sewing space, the workspace, the laptop, the sewing machine. So I feel like I found this system now. So what you're looking at is not the total lighting system, because I was trying to play around with it and I didn't have enough time to play around with it. So okay, so here we are. We're back to our 2 pieces, just starting from scratch again. And we are going to do, like we did before, right sides together, but only doing what the pattern instructions say, not what I want to do, which is that we are going to stitch the bodice front sections together at the center back, which is this piece, just this piece. And it shows it very clear as day on the screen. On the pattern instructions. It is not what I did, which is stitch down this whole part. That is not what they told us to do. So I finished taking it out. I'm just going to put a couple clips in and we are going to sew those pieces. So anyway, I started watching, different videos and different setups for lighting, just to make sure that, but I also wanted something that was not too complicated, but was also small because I don't want a whole lot of clutter. And one of the, well, not just one, but multiple of the people that I found, you know, had this little thing right here, this little light, this little gadget. And I'm not going to blind you all, but oh, how do I do it? Okay, here we go. So it creates light, but it creates like it's supposed to be like a backlight. So you're supposed to like put it back there. It's too bright in here, so you probably can't see it, but it comes in different colors. This is a green, it does a blue, it does a red, yellow, couple of different things. But anyway, at some point when I have time to play around with it and really set it up so that you can see, but basically what it does is it creates a contrast so that you'll be able to see here. Right now, because the lighting is so bright, sometimes it is hard for me to see when I'm trying to like look at the stitches and stuff because it's so bright on me. But then I feel like the workspace area is not bright enough. So anyway, I was really excited about it. I charged all the lighting and everything, but just haven't had a chance to play with like where the lights should go. So hopefully next Friday, it will all be figured out. Okay. So back to the drawing board. I'm going to put this stitch in, and then we're moving on to the next step. So let me see. Hi, Tydri. So let me see. So Bane, if you should be able to send it to me on Facebook, but if I'm also on Instagram, if you want to send it there too. It's under So Sophisticated Designs, SEW. Well, I'll type it in so you don't have to try to remember it. Because I'm excited to see. Okay, I'm going to just put one more stitch in this. Because I did not do 5/8, so some of my basting stitches were showing. Okay, there we go. So here we go. This is what that looks like. So I have it stretched out, but you can kind of see that is what it looks like. And now I'm going to cut off all those extra threads. Because I don't need them anymore. Okay, so let me move all this out the way. And let's see where we are. So for those that are just hopping on, hey, Veronica. We are doing McCalls 8142. We are doing View A is what we're doing. And right now we have just finished putting the gathering. There's gathering stitches on each side of this front bodice, the neck part, and then we've just stitched them together. So these are the two pieces. We stitched them together. We also did a reinforcement stitch in each one of these corners right here. Now we're going to move on to putting a stay stitch in the neck edge of the back bodice. So that is piece number 2. So I'm going to clip this just so we can keep it together and recognize what piece is it when we get to it. I'm just going to put this over to the side, and I'm going to find piece number 2, which is the neck back bodice. So this is one of those pieces that was cut on a fold, not this one. And it also is a piece where we cut the fabric and the lining with the same pattern. So let me find, okay, Okay, that's my sleeve. And this is my skirt. Oh, it's all in here. So it's so thin, I didn't see it. Okay, so we're going to stay stitch the neck edge. So I'm going to move this out the way. This is the lining piece. So here is the bodice back, and we're going to stay stitch this piece around here. So it's a pretty wide neck, but we're going to see what happens. Hopefully it is not too much. So I'm putting that stay stitch in my seam allowance. All right, there we go. That's there. And now it's saying, so we put the stay stitch in. Here you go. You can see that. And now it is telling us to pin the bodice front to the bodice back at the shoulder and neck edges, matching the centers. So let's do that part first. So we're going to do, this is the bodice back. And why is it not turning? Let's see. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Bodice back, and now I'm going to take the bodice front, which is this piece. And let me see how we're laying this here. So we know this is the neck. I'm just trying to figure out, how does this fit on here? Well, first of all, right sides together, that's the first thing. Okay, here we go. Oh, and we have notches that match. Okay, so let me pull this down so you can see. And then let's see what's going on this side. Okay, here we go. So that's there. So I'm going to clip these, and just to use my clips to hold these in place, matching up my notches. And it is where we put that reinforcement stitch, the edge of that is where the end of the shoulder seam is. And then we're going to do the same thing on this side. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to hold it up too so you can see it, for those that can't see my workspace. Okay, so basically, I'm just going to explain it down, then I'll hold it up too. So I matched up the two shoulder seams. There is a notch here, and then there's a dot where we put the reinforcement, stitch, but that is basically, you're going to stitch from that dot all the way to the edge on both sides. And so let me just show it also holding up. So if you're looking at this, this is the edge of the shoulder on this side, and you're going to stitch straight across to the dot, and the dot is where we put that reinforcement stitch on the bodice front. So we're going to stitch right across that, and that makes up our shoulder. And I'm going to stitch this at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Ooh, something happened. What was that? Something happened. I don't know what. Mm. I don't know what happened, but it got stuck. I tried to eat my fabric, but it did not. It's still in good shape, so I think we're okay. Because I don't want my fabric to get eaten up, I am going to. All right, it's still working. I get nervous now because this fabric is very thin. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. We are okay. One arm down, one to go. The only thing I don't like about using black fabric is that it makes it harder, I think, for you to see what I'm doing. But hopefully I'm explaining it well that you're able to. And if I'm not, if you're sewing this along, please let me know. And then if you sew it afterwards, like Dimitri is going to do, don't hesitate to drop me something in my, in my inbox on any of my platforms. And I will respond. All right, there we go. So we have stitched them both together, the front and the back. Let me just hold it up so you can see. Feels weird, but is that it? No. There's the other side. Is that it? Maybe it is. No, it's not. Lord, help me. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, here we go. I was confused a little bit. Okay, here we go. So this is, let me just show it to you from the right side. Maybe you could see it a little bit better. This neck looks really little, but we'll see. I'm trusting the process. Oh, you know what? Because I didn't finish it. Okay. Let me tell you what I did do, and then I'm going to finish sewing it. So it tells you to sew across. Hold on, let me hold it correctly. Here we go. So it tells you to sew across the shoulder, but you also have to sew across this part that I have open, has to be sewn across as well. So let me just show you what I did do, and then I'll show you what I need to do to finish. So I sewed the shoulder seams right here. What I didn't sew is this back part to the actual back of the bodice. So this part is open. I need to sew all the way across. So hopefully you're able to see. So what I did, and I'm just going to show it to you on this garment as well. So I sewed basically the two shoulder pieces, but I need to sew the back of the neck piece as well, which is this piece. So it's the back of the neck to the actual back of the bodice. That's what I need to sew. So I'm going to sew that piece as well. So and it fits perfectly on there. So I'm just going to clip these and then do that stitch at 5/8 of an inch right across. So Sabine said, I sew with tissue paper, for example. Oh, the paper that you use to cover the wrap, to wrap your gifts. You know, I actually have some. No, I don't. I don't have any. I'm going to tell you what I used to use is and I don't have any. That's what I was thinking. I used to use receipts. So I would save receipts from like Joann's, and I would use those as like, if I had a really thin fabric that I was worried about going in, I used to use those Joann receipts. And I would just put it under, and I could just easily like rip them off. But hey Jalen, you're supposed to be on YouTube right now. Okay, so yeah, that's what I would do. But that's a great idea, and I don't think I have any of that tissue paper, but now is the time to get it because there's lots of it around. All right, so I am just stitching back up the rest of this neckline. And I'm also doing that at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Probably would have been easier for me to go halfway and then do the other half. But it's okay. I'm just making sure that I also do not have any like bunched up fabric in there, which I don't. I'm gonna create I have a little bit of extra fabric, more than what I need, but I'm gonna create a little single gather in the back. And that will help account for it. And there we go. Just do a quick back stitch. Yeah, so that's one of the harder things about not doing it in advance. Thank you so much for the likes and the gifts. Hi, Miss Tata. Is that you don't get a chance to like off camera work through some of those. But you know, it's real life. It's real sewing. This is what it looks like when you are sewing a sewing a pattern for the first time. As much as you review the instructions. So this is, let me pull up my dress form, because this also helps me to demonstrate like the progress that we've actually made in this time. So What we just sewed was the front to the back. So this is the back at the neck seam. And here is what it looks like on. So what we created was in the back is this little like ruching kind of in the back when we did those gathers. That's what we created in the back. And this is the back, the complete back. And this is what it looks like in the front. And this fabric is see-through, but it looks a little less see-through than I thought. Even on this white, you know, colored mannequin, you can't really see it that much. So on my skin, you probably won't be able to see through it as much as I thought you would. But this is what it looks like so far. We still have a little bit to go to finish the bodice, but this gives you an idea of what we've done so far, what we've accomplished by sewing the front to the back. So not too, now that we've done it, not too complicated. Yeah, so we created this gathering in the front on each by sewing 2 gathering stitches. Then we sewed them together. Then we took the bodice piece, the back bodice piece, and we sewed it at the shoulder seams first, right here on each side. And then once we finished the shoulder seams, we sewed just around the neckline. And that's how we connected, the shoulder and the neck. And that's how we connected the front to the back. So let's see. I'm going to leave this on here for now, and we are going to grab bodice piece number 3. Let's see, hold on. Yes, which is the front lining. So I'm putting piece number 1 to the side, and yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. Putting piece number 1 to the side. We're putting piece number 2 to the side, and we are getting piece number 3. And let's see, is this piece number? This is piece number 12, skirt. Piece number 11. So those are my 2 skirt pieces. Piece number 10, skirt. And is this our piece number 3? I think this is our piece number 3. Here we go, piece number 3. So this is the piece that we actually use to help us figure out what size the seam binding should be. It is now telling us to, in the same corner that we stitched the reinforcement stitch, we're going to do another reinforcement stitch. I don't know. I've never done reinforcement stitch in on power mesh, so we're going to see if there is really, if there's any magic that happens when you do that. But we are going to stitch this in and pivot at the what would be the dot, which is basically the center of that L shape. All right, one done. And we're going to do the second one. And basically, it looks like we are repeating the same step with the power mesh or the lining pieces that we did with the front pieces. So this should go a little quicker because we know what steps to take. All right, so we put those reinforcement stitches in, and now what it's telling us to stitch the bodice front lining sections together at the center back. So we are going to do that now. Let me move that out the way. And I am going to take these power mesh pieces and I'm going to put them right sides together. Here we go. This feels so short, but maybe, let me look at this picture. Yeah, it feels short, but we'll see. It feels like it should come down like at least right here, you know? I guess it does in the back. I don't know. We'll see. Trust the pro. This might be a trust the process mode. You say you just posted pictures on Facebook. Social posting. Okay. If I'm not following you, I will. Can you tag me in it? Let's Get Social. And then that way, if I'm not following you, I will know who you are and then I can follow you. Thank you, Crazy Stitches. I appreciate the roses. And thank you on Facebook and YouTube. I see the hearts and the likes. I appreciate it. It definitely helps to get more views or more people joining. All right, so I'm adding these, stitching this together at the back, that back seam center. Okay, that is done. And then we are stay stitch and neck edge of the bodice lining. So we're going to get the lining piece now. So I'm going to put this to the side and we are going to get the lining piece. So we have a lining piece. Hi, Trudy. Welcome. So we have a lining piece for our back bodice. Let me see. This might be it. Is this it? Yes, this is it. So here's our lining piece. And I'm going to do a stay stitch around the neckline. Same as what we did with the actual fabric piece. So now we're just doing it with the lining. And I'm doing it in the seam allowance. So the one thing I'm really liking about using the power mesh for the lining is that, you know, the holiday season is that time of the year where you tend to be, you know, indulge in a little bit more dessert and food. And so, and I have been doing that and working out a little bit less. And I have been doing that. So this power mesh is going to help and suck and tuck me. And I'm very excited about that. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing that we did with the bodice, in that we are going to stitch this together at those shoulder seams and also at the around the neck as well. So right sides together, meaning that your seam allowances should be out, should be facing you. Your finished seams should be facing the inside of that bodice. So now I am going to just clip these across. And I'm actually going to clip it on both shoulder seams first, and then I will go back so we're literally just repeating the same steps. Oops. All right, now that I've got those clipped, I am just going to clip this And I'm going to sew the shoulder seam and then half of the neck of the back on one side, and then flip it and do the other side the exact same way. Yeah, I just find that the clips work better for this power mesh. So someone asked, Tammy asked, when I use the power mesh, do I cut a size smaller? So I did not, what I did do is I do make an adjustment. So not necessarily a size smaller. It really depends on the pattern. This one was a little bit tricky because, so the general answer is probably yes, more than no. Yes, I do tend to cut it smaller. I want to make sure that it gives me the suck and tuck that I want, that power mesh should do. In this particular case, with this pattern, McCall's 8142, because it did not give us finished garment measurements, I wasn't sure what ease that was in it. So I added some extra, inches to, I added 6/8 of an inch to take me from a size 14, which is what I cut, to a top size 16 based on the body measurements that were included on the back of here. But when I cut the actual power mesh, what I did was there was two pattern pieces. The front, I think it was the front. No, not the front, not the back. It was the bodice front lining. I did not add that extra 6/8 of an inch. I kept it the original size 14. And I did the same thing with one other pattern piece. I think it might have been, oh, the lining for the front skirt. So the lining with the front skirt and the lining of the front bodice, I did not add the extra seam allowance. So I added it to the back. I did not add it to the front. And so my hope is that it won't be too small, but it'll be just right. But we're going to see when I finish this, when I do have the finish, I'm going to put in my body measurements and the size that I ended up when I post the finished garment, so that if anyone else is looking to sew this and they have questions about sizing, they hopefully what I put in will help them. So, or help them, help you or others. But generally, the answer, that was a long way to answer. I do make some adjustments because I want it to fit me tighter, and because it does have a lot of stretch in it. So you just want that more snug fit. You don't want it to just be laying over your body. But at the same token, this is also sized to be lining. So, all right. So what I'm doing now is I am doing that same stitch, the shoulder, back of neck, to connect the front to the back bodice. I need to put more clips on here because I had to stretch it a little bit to make it line up. And of course, as soon as I took the clip off, it wanted to go right back to its original size. So this is going to be a little tricky. But I got it. I got it. All right, there we go. And I'm just making sure that I don't have any bunching underneath. And now I'm doing the back, the half of the back of the neck. And I'm only going to go to the halfway point. And then I'm going to flip it to the other side. I'm going to do a back stitch. And I'm going to flip it to the other side and do the other side the same way. I'm just going to put another little clip in here. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't type it in here. Let's get social. Sorry about that. There we go. I said I was going to post it in my name and I didn't post it. Sorry about that. Okay, so here we go. I don't know why. I need to figure out how on my laptop to keep it open so that it doesn't go to sleep. I have to change that setting. Okay, here we go. Again, just making sure that nothing is bunching up. And all right. All right, I think we got this. All right, so that is, we have finished stitching the lining together in the same way that we stitched the front. So what you're looking at is the right side is facing you. You are looking at the back of the neck and the back bodice. So just like this, just like the fabric, it also will fit same exact way. See the back, it's the back of the neck. And here's the front. Okay, so now we've done that, it tells us to, let's see, we've done that, stitch the neck and pin the front to the back. Okay, we did that. View A, it says stitch the front to the back at the sides and then stitch the front lining to the back lining at the sides. So we are stitching at the sides at this point. So here is our back. And I'm just going to lay this down flat. And then once I clip it, I will hold it up and show it to you. But what we're looking at is right sides together. And I'm just laying out the sides and matching them up. And same thing on this side. and matching it. Now, there is a press step. They want us to kind of press all the seams. This fabric, I know from the other fabric, it does not press well. And I do have one of those like protective covers, but I'm going to try to forego doing that on this fabric because it is very temperamental. It doesn't really wrinkle, so you can wash it and it doesn't wrinkle. So you will, outside of sewing, you will not have to really iron it. So this is one of those dresses that you can just throw in the bag and pull it out and it's going to be ready to wear. This fabric is that way. Okay, so I have clipped both of my sides and I'm going to now stitch 5/8 of an inch down the side. And then we're going to do the same thing with the lining as well. So for those that are on TikTok, I have right sides together and I just pinned up the sides. If I could get it. Yeah, and I'm just going to stitch down this side and the same thing on the other side as well. So here we go. Here we go. Hey, Rob. I don't know if you're still there, but hello. Okay. Here we go. This fabric is very slippery. Very slippery. Hence why I'm using clips to hold it together and not pins. We are making really great progress. After we pin the stitch down the sides of the lining, the very next step is we will be doing stitching the lining to the bodice. I'm really confident. Well, not going to say confident is not the right word. I am really hopeful that this dress is going to give me the that I'm looking for because I really want to wear this dress on New Year's. The more I look at it, the more I'm feeling like it's just giving me everything I want to give on New Year's Eve. I have no idea where I'm going yet, but whatever that is, even if it's in my own house, this dress is going to make its debut and pictures will be taken in front of the fireworks with this dress on or whatever dress I come up with, because I'm also equally excited about next week's dress. So we will see who wins, who takes the cake. The good news is that you all get a preview, so you might have to help me vote, like what dress. And I got some fancy, some spicy fabric for next week's dress too. From the stash, fabric from the stash. Hi, Insane Creatively. Insane Creatively. Thank you so much. Thank you, Miss Tata. Hey, Carmen. Thank you. Okay, so we have successfully sewn together the sides. Let's put it on here because who doesn't like to see their progress? I do. I love to see my progress. So let's see it. Okay, sides are together. Boom. All right, let's do the same thing with our lining. Right sides together. Okay. So I heard that, I reached out to StreamYard. And they did say that they were actively working on adding TikTok to the stream, which means that soon, rather than later, you all will be able to. I'll be streaming. Everybody will be on the same platform, which means all these cool, like where I'm able to change cameras and show different views, which by the way, I'm still perfecting. So it only will get better. You'll be able to see as well. Okay, so I am right now pinning the sides of the lining, the bodice lining, pinning those sides up. Let's see. There we go. And now we're going to do this other side, same way, just matching and pinning. I mean, not pinning, I'm clipping. No pins, no pins, just clips today. Thank you, Miss Tata. So I'm actually thinking about cutting my hair, going into the new year with I'm thinking about a bob. I might go a little bit shorter, but I do love my long hair, but I don't know. You know how sometimes you just need to switch it up a little bit, and I'm feeling like this switch it up type of energy. So my hair grows fairly fast. So by this time next year, whatever I do, it'll be long. The only reason why I like to keep it long is because, as you all know, once I start working out, I basically wear a ponytail like 99% of the time but the good thing about cutting it is that I can wear it curly. So because I've been wearing my hair straight a lot, my curls are more like waves and less like curls. So it doesn't give the same look. But once it's cut, it will. So that might be another surprise. I gotta act on it because time is ticking away. Time is ticking away. Okay, one side down. And one more side to go. Gotta rethread my it's telling me to rethread. Hi, Auntie Carol. So wait a minute, who said that? Let's see. So Miss Tata, you said you really want to go short, but it's a lot of maintenance and not good at styling. Yeah, no, so the thing I do is when I go short, I tend to wear my hair naturally curly. Like that's my way to get around the whole maintenance thing. I will wear it naturally curly in a minute. That's what I tend to do. That's how I get around it. Hi, Cynthia. That's what I do. So, but right now, because I've been straightening my hair a lot, it's like when I wet it, it's like curly at the root part, but it's straight, at where I've been straightening, especially this piece, because I straighten it a lot because I wear it out. But so it's like all these different curl patterns in my hair doesn't have the same. Right. So Tadri's like, get a wig. I thought about it. I definitely thought about it. It's an option. It's an option. I'm not opposed. I actually do have some wigs before I let my hair grow out. So I have a little bit left. You can see a little bit of brown on the end. I can't believe how much my hair has grown out in the year. Because I used to be more brown, but it's all silver now. Gold, gray, silver, a little bit of black. But I have a wig, and it's like I look like a completely different person because my hair is not brown anymore. So I don't have any gray or silver colored wigs. Okay, I have to drink this ginger ale because my voice is going. Okay. Oh, I actually sound like I have a voice now. Let's see. So we have stitched the sides, and now it's saying with right sides together, we are going to now stitch the lining to the bodice. So we're going to pin the lining to the bodice. We're going to stitch the neck edge. We're going to stitch the neck edge between the circles. So basically, we're not going all the way. So let me put this bodice on here so you can see what I'm getting ready to do. This is probably the easier way to explain it. So once, hard to do with no shoes on. Okay, so once I'm going to pin the right sides together. I'm going to pin the bodice. I'm not going to put it on here, but basically I'm going to match the bodice to the lining. And then I'm going to stitch basically from here. There's like a little notch or a dot. I cut notches in. I'm going to stitch from here all the way around to the same location on this end. So not all the way to the end, basically to here. So boom, all the way around, come back and here, all around the neck. That's what I'm going to stitch. And actually the dot is a little bit higher. So higher than that notch. So it's probably like about an inch and a half above it. So I'm going to be stopping like right here. So just know I'm not going all the way to the end. I'm just going here. And that's how I'm going to connect those pieces. So what we're getting ready to do right now is right side facing up for the fabric, and then right side facing down for the lining. And we're going to match it up. And then we're going to stitch it. So yes, so Tydra, yes, this silver is my natural hair color. So I have had gray hair since I was probably like, let me see, when did I first dye my hair? Maybe when I was like 15. So I probably started noticing it when I was 14 or a little bit before that. Yeah, probably like 14 is probably when I first started noticing that my hair was gray, and not in a little way. Like that it was not just a little piece here and there. It was going to be like a lot of pieces. So it started in the front, and and I didn't have it in the back for the longest time. I just had it in the front. And so, of course, I was dyeing my hair because I was not going to school with my hair gray. So I stopped dyeing my hair. Literally, it's probably been 2 years now since I stopped dyeing my hair. So I have an Instagram page, which I don't update it as much. But when I finally made the decision to stop dyeing my hair, I started an Instagram page and started following all these younger people. Well, not just younger people, but all kinds of people, all kinds of mostly women, but some men too, that have gray hair or had what I would call like premature graying of their hair. And because I couldn't keep up. My hair grows so fast. I feel like I was coloring my hair like every week. Every single week I was coloring my hair, color my hair, color my hair. And I was like, this is just too much. I can't maintain it. And I also was worried that, something is going to happen to me, because you should not be coloring your hair with permanent hair color every week. Like, you just shouldn't be doing that. And the temporary hair color did not cover my gray. So I felt like I had to use permanent. That's the only way that I was going to really, get the look that I was used to. And as you can imagine, you see how silver my hair is. So I was wearing my hair black. I would dye my hair black anyway. And so it was just like this starch like line, and I hated it. So I would always color my hair. So I did that for years. And one day I was just like, I can't do it anymore. I was like, this is just too much. And I just said, I'm not going to do it. It was so hard. Every day I would look at my hair and I'd be like, oh, I can't stand this. I would wear my hair back in a ponytail all the time. Then I started wearing wigs. Then I got braids. And after probably like about 4 months or so, when that demarcation line kind of got like down here, it didn't look as bad. And then after about 6 months, it was like probably like right here or so. It grew out pretty fast, but then it was growing slower in the back. Um, but then I just started liking it, and I started getting a ton of compliments, which also made me feel a little bit better that I didn't look, my fear was always like, oh, I'm going to look so old. I'm going to look older than I am, which I guess I should say, not that I'm going to look old. My fear was not that I was look old, that I'm going to look older than I am. That's really, I think, what I was fearful about. But what I realized is that when I started following a lot of younger people who had already taken a step of, embracing their gray hair. And even when I started following older people, what I realized is that it's not really about the gray. The gray is not what makes you look old. It's about taking care of your skin and just, that's really what, to me, gives you a youthful, look. So and I noticed that, like, even when I was following people who were older, because they said, hey, I'm 60, and I don't really feel like 60 is old to me, but I'm 70, and they would be looking so good. You realize, like, oh my goodness, it's not really the gray, it's the way they take care of their skin. Like, their face looks so young. So even though they might be saying I'm 70 or this, they don't look it, based on their skin. So I'm like, okay, well, I got to step up my skincare regimen and start really staying hydrated and taking care of my skin. So that's what I've been trying to focus on, which that's a lot of work too, to do all those things, but I figure it out one way or the other. Thank you. Thank you, Belinda. Yeah, Brooklyn. So you say your mom grayed early too. Yeah, what's so interesting? Like my daughters, they don't really have gray. They have like a piece here, a piece there, whatever. But my son is the one who has, I noticed, like some more gray. And that makes perfect sense, because from a gene perspective, grayness, balding, mothers pass to their sons, that gene. Anyway, okay, so let me tell you where we're at. I just pinned. Okay. Oh, did I do that right? I did not. See, this is why you always have to double check. I did not do right sides together. So we got to repin this whole thing. Get out of here. This is what happens when I talk. I was just saying, oh, I'm getting used to talking and sewing. I'm not getting used to talking and sewing, because I just talk too much and I pinned it together wrong. But on the bright side, which is where I like to always stay, I figured it out before we had to use the seam ripper. Yay. Can we get an amen for that? Okay, so here we go. Right sides together. Thank you, Miss Alethea. Yeah, I talk to people all the time that always, believe it or not, I get so many compliments on my hair from both men and women. And I have a lot of women say to me, like, oh, I really want to stop dyeing my hair. I really want to do it. And I get it, because let me tell you, it took me forever to decide to like just stop doing it. But when I tell you, it's the best. I mean, I regret not doing it. It's the best decision I've ever made. It's so freeing to not have to worry about coloring my hair, to be able to just, I don't know. I'm telling you, it's freedom. You know how the analogy that I'll give you is, so I don't have on glasses because I had LASIK, but I wear glasses. And I remember when I first got my LASIK. So let me just tell you the story about my glasses first while I'm repinning all this thing or clipping this. So I, wear glasses. Well, I used to wear contact. I wore glasses earlier, younger. Then my uncle, both my uncles at the time, they both had, sold eyeglasses, did, eye optometrist, or that's probably not optometrist. That's the doctor. They were not physicians. My aunt is an optometrist though. Anyway, they sold eyeglasses. And So I was able to, at a really early age, get contacts. So I would wear contacts all the time. And then, of course, I overwore them. And, I went to see my aunt, and she was like, yeah, you can't wear any more contacts because you are not changing them regularly, and your vision is progressing rapidly because you are basically abusing the contacts. So anyway, that's all background. That's you'll get outside, get to the story. Anyway, so I had to wear glasses. So because my vision was so bad, I literally slept in my glasses, because if I had to get up and go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, I need to be able to see. Or if anything, I need to be able to see. So I would just sleep in my glasses all the time. So they would be all like bent up. I've always had to like rebend them and all kinds of stuff. So sometimes from time to time, I would maybe take my glasses off. Like if I was outside playing a sport, I'm a fitness person, I might go without my glasses. And you could generally see things, like what's a tree, it's a person, if somebody's coming towards you. You may not be able to see every single thing, but you know what you need to see. So anyway, I more and more would stop wearing my glasses, because I know what I know what it is. I know what that is, except for if I'm driving or something like that, or at night. I wear my glasses at night. And I remember, so I finally said, I'm gonna get LASIK, because I'm just tired of this. It's too much to have to worry about these glasses. What if I forget them, which happens from time to time? I lose them. They got broken because I sleep in them, whatever. And hey, Leslie. And right, I couldn't see, Taji. I could not see. I mean, I could see enough. And so I went and got LASIK. And let me tell you, I remember when I first walked out of the place. So they give you these, back then when I got it, this was probably the first time I got it. So I've had it twice. First time I got it was probably like, let's say now 15 years ago. So a long time ago. And I remember I walk out the place, they give you these glasses, but of course they tell you have to wear these glasses. But I just wanted to see, like, okay, what is it without these glasses? I remember I lifted the glass up and everything looked so super bright. It was like, I don't know. I felt like maybe I had like a cloud over my eyes. Everything looked like it was a cloudy day, before I got the LASIK. And so I might be exaggerating a teeny tiny bit. I don't know, but this is how I felt. So I'm telling you how I felt. I took those glasses off, just kind of peeked over, and it just was like everything was, I felt like I was in heaven. Like, how you see in the movies, it's just so bright. That's how I felt, like I'm looking directly into the sun, but I could see everything so clearly. And so I put the glasses back on, because you have to wear them for a certain number of days or whatever. And I get home and I'm like, now it's getting to the point where I can take the glasses off. And I remember going outside, and I remember being able to see the grass, and I could see that it wasn't just all green. It was like individual pieces of blades, pieces of grass. Like, and I kind of in my mind know that's what it looks like, but I hadn't seen it for like ever, because I couldn't see that well. Anyway, and the same thing with like leaves on the tree, and being able to see like individual, like you could see it a little bit, but just being able to see it from like all the way across there, you could see like the individual pieces of leaves, and not just this greenness or brown or whatever it might be. Anyway, I said all that to say that feeling is how I started to feel about my hair. So that journey I took about my eyes was really all about my hair. That feeling of being free, of being able to just see, is how I felt when I finally embraced the gray. And I will never dye my hair ever again. So I'm going to probably live to be 120 or so. And so my hair will be super gray by then, even more than it is right now. And I'm here for it. Okay, so back to what we went. Let me just tell you where I'm at before I sew. Now I have stitched. I'm really telling you where I'm at, but I'm also inspecting that I did what I said I was going to do, which is right sides together, which means we see the wrong sides of the garments on each side, which is what we see. And now we are going to stitch. Again, not the whole thing. So I'm saying this to remind myself as well, but there is a dot that is above the notch. So we're going to stitch from that point all the way around to the other side, and that will connect the lining to the bodice. Okay, here we go. We are stitching. And I'm stitching these at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, by the way. So yeah, anybody that I can talk to about that, I always tell them, like, just do it. Do it because if you want to do it, only if you want to do it, because there's nothing wrong with dyeing your hair. I mean, it's a beautiful look, and it, you know, I'm all about all the colors that people want to wear in their hair. As far as I'm concerned, they are all professional, and there is no, you know, unprofessional color in my mind. I know people have different preferences about that, but that's my thoughts on it. Okay, so far so good. So I'm also trying to make sure too, the one thing I have to remember is that because the power mesh is much more stretchier than the fabric, I also have to make sure that I do not pull the power mesh, because I can already see just a little bit from me pulling it that it will stretch too much, and then you'll end up with your seams not lining up. So you just, if you do use power meshes your lining, you just want to be mindful of that, because the stretch is not the same. The level of stretch in the power mesh is not the same as, or at least in my case, it's not the same as the fabric. Now, maybe if I would have probably used, because you could also use the interlock, what is it called? Interlock, the interlock knit fabric, which is also super stretchy. It probably will match. I think it's probably even more stretchier than this power mesh though. So you might end up with the same thing, just not needing to stretch it out of place. You said you have sprinkles. Yeah, you know, I mean, that's the other thing I think too. You know, I have heard from people, Miss Tata's, that, but if their hair is like not graying evenly all over, it does make it a little bit harder. I have also, I follow a couple of like people on TikTok, I mean not TikTok, Instagram, that you know, manage gray hair professionally, and people, you know, get their hair to help them kind of transition. They go and get their hair, you know, stripped so that they recolor gray, so that it helps them with the transition. So that's another option. I went to somebody in Ohio, but I didn't do it because the level of stripping that I would have to do at the time was, because I had a lot of black in my hair still. They said it would have probably took my curl pattern out, and I was not interested in that. And I also did not want to cut my hair at that time, although I ultimately did end up cutting my hair. Not all, not off. I didn't do like a complete cut off, but I did. Oh man, I went down too much. I did end up cutting it somewhat. Okay, so I have to take some of this out because I did cut it too. I mean, I did a stitch too much. I also, so one of the challenges that I do have sometimes when I'm sewing with the same color thread as the fabric is that I can't take the thread out. So I used a navy blue this time because it's almost black, but it's enough where I can see it to take it out to make it easier, so it doesn't just blend in with the fabric. So, and it is making a huge difference. I'm finding that it's so much easier when I've had to use the seam ripper than it has been when I use like a matching color. So I'm just ripping this out a little bit where I went past where I was supposed to go. What I should have did was put a clip on there to remind me. That's what I do sometimes. Is just put a little clip in. There we go. It is everything, Tydri. Like I'm telling you, it was the best feeling when I did it. You know, when I went, and I also feel like for my daughters, I don't think that they'll have graying like I do because they don't have any gray right now, and I was already gray. Like how my son, I knew he was going to have early graying. Um, but I think it's an example to them, like, hey, you know, don't be afraid to embrace it when you do go gray. Don't be afraid. Miss Tassie, I have sisters that are stylists and they want to dye my hair blonde. Nope. I look, it's a maintenance thing because once you do it, you know you got to keep up with it. And that right there is, depending on how fast your hair grows, that could be a never-ending dilemma. You say your mom was totally gray by 30. Your dad passed at 75 with only a few strands of gray. Yeah, you're right. It is definitely, genetics does play a role in it for sure. And let me just double stitch this piece where I took out. And yeah, it definitely does play a role for sure. Oh, I'll rethread this. But yeah, I don't regret it one single bit. It's those first couple of months, but once you get past that, then it's easy. I don't know whether it's easy because you just get used to it or it's easy because you just like at that point it looks more managed, you know, looks more like, you know, better, I guess. I think for me it was a combination of the two, that it looked better and I kind of was like, okay, I got used to it at that point. Okay, here we go. All right, so I'm just going to put another little reinforcement stitch from where I took it out a little bit just so it doesn't come loose. Okay, there we go. All right, so we have officially attached, and then it's telling us to understitch the lining. Let me make sure I did that right. Okay. Yep. Okay, here we go. And then it wants us to understitch, which when we understitch, we are going to be taking this, all of this seam allowance here, and we are going to be stitching it onto the power mesh. So I'm going to do that now. And let me just make sure everybody has a really good view. of the sewing machine so you can see exactly what I'm doing, and maybe my face too, a little bit. I'll turn around and let me just move this down a little bit so you can see. Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know, when I was younger, because I colored my hair, I don't know that anybody really knew besides my family that I had some gray hair. Because, like I said, I was coloring my hair very early. Very early. All right. And when you are doing your understitching, especially with this power mesh, or any of these stretchy fabrics, it's good to kind of stretch them out. Kind of stretch it a little bit as you're pushing it through the machine. I think it helps it like lay a little bit. I mean, not too much, but enough where it's not bunched up and it's not rolling back. I just want to look at it and see. Yeah. Hi, Joshy. You said you made your dress with stretch sequins and use stretch lining. Okay, yeah. I think that stretch sequence, which I almost used, by the way, would look so good with this. And I think it would pair well. So when you say you use a stretch lining, did you use like a actual lining material, Sabine, that would stretch? Which I don't know that I've seen actual, like I have lining that I bought from like Joann's, but it's not, none of it is stretch. Usually, a lot of times when I use my lining, I'll use the same fabric for my lining and my main fabric. I'll use just the same fabric. Almost done. Last little bit. All right, we have done the understitching. And let's see, where are we? So it says turn lining to the inside, and then we're going to press, and then it tells us to baste our armholes. So we are not going to press, not now, because it will take me a very long time to press this because I need to be extra careful with this fabric. So we're going to see if we can get away with not pressing. But here's what we have. It really, pressing would make it easier. And if you have the ability to press, you should, because it will make everything lay so perfectly. So so someone asked earlier, I can't remember, Tammy asked about the sizing of the power mesh. So I can already tell that the power mesh is smaller because it just, the way it fits on the dress form. Like it's a much tighter fit, which is what I want. I want it to be tighter on my body, which will make this just kind of glide over it. But I can already tell just how it's grabbing this dress form. So the next thing we're going to do is we are going to do a basting stitch, line up all of our notches, and we're going to do a basting stitch around these armholes. Armhole 1 and armhole 2. Oh, I don't have my arm. I don't have my arm on either one of them, but it's okay. So we're going to do a basting stitch around this just to prepare it for our sleeves at some point. Let's see. At some point, we're going to be doing the sleeves. So anyway, right now, we're going to do that basting stitch around the armholes. And let me just see. Yeah, so you're going to keep it all turned out with your right side facing out. Line up your notches. Here we go. I had to find my hole. So you're going to line up your seams and your notches. And then in the seam allowance, you are going to do that basting stitch around each of the armholes. So I'm just matching up my top seam and my bottom seam. And I'm spreading my seam allowance open. Make it easier to match it up. Here we go. Thank y'all for hanging in there. You said I used to, but I stopped. I'm 63 with very little gray hair. That's great. That is great. You know what? I know, I mean, it's definitely is hereditary because while most people do gray by their 60s, not everybody. That is for sure. Not everybody. There are people that definitely don't gray. But I love my gray. I mean, I have become to love it. I've come to love it over time. Now, 14-year-old me, no, I did not like it at all, even a little bit. Okay, one arm done. The other arm I'm doing now. Again, I'm spreading that seam allowance open. Makes it easier to line up those seams, the top and the bottom. And I'm putting a clip on. Same thing at the bottom. Just spreading it open and lining up those lines, those seams, and then clipping. And then I pretty much just line up my notches and ease everything else in. Making sure I don't overstretch my power mesh because it will stretch. And then you end up with too much or it'll feel loose. Okay, so we have, you say it was a mauve color and your sleeves were mauve satin. That sounds so beautiful. I cannot wait to see it. Cannot wait to see it. I need a formal for January 16th. I should have started already. Oh, yeah. But this is not, so the dress that I made, I don't have, I took off dress for. The dress that I just posted, the burgundy color dress, what is that? What was that? Simplicity 8037, I think it was. That is a very quick sew and it's to me is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's gives you some modesty. It's not too revealing, but you can make it more if you like that. But it's a very quick sew. So even me, who is a slower sewist, it was quick. I felt it was quick for me. So that might be an option if it's, if you feel like it's formal enough. Okay, so I am putting this basting stitch now. I adjusted my width to 5, and I'm putting this basting stitch in the seam allowance a little bit, just because then if I don't feel like taking it out, I don't have to take it out because it's not likely going to show through. I tend to do that with my basting stitches. Hey, Terrence, welcome. Thank you for joining on YouTube. I tend to do my basting stitches in the seam allowance because I don't always take out the basting stitches. But if it's sticking out, then you got to take it out. If it's showing through your finished garment, then you got to take it out. So I do them a little bit in the seam allowance. That way I don't have to take it out if I don't want to. Or it just naturally will come out over time. All right, 1 in and 1 more to go. Let's see. There we go. And I'm also making sure that as I go around and stitch that my raw edges are lined up. So the raw edge of the power mesh and the raw edge of the fabric stay, lined up. So the other reason why I was saying that this dress is probably not as beginner friendly as I would have liked it to be. I mean, it's not a super difficult dress, but it is, because you have a full lining, you're basically making the dress twice. So that can be a lot for, that could be a lot for a beginner sewist. To have to fully do the dress 2 times can definitely be a handful. So just something else that I, am mindful of when I'm thinking. But I'm saying all that to say that if there are people who are fast sewists and, that won't deter them, or if you've been sewing for, a bit and you've kind of mastered some of the skills, like doing a casing and threading elastic through a casing, or you're just going to take your time and watch a sew along like this one, and you have some people that you can reach out to. I totally think somebody who is still, in the beginning phases but has some experience could do this pattern. Okay, so we have done our basting stitch around the sleeves. I'm just going to put this on here because we like to look at our finished product as much as possible. I'm going to be honest, I am very nervous about how this is going to fit. I'm just putting it out there. I'm nervous. Even though I did all these adjustments, I am nervous. Hi, Lakia. How are you? Thank you for joining. I appreciate you. Okay, it says, I'm going to make the one you did last Friday. Yes. Okay, yes, that's right. That's the one. The one I did last Friday. Yes, I think that's the one. You said it has to be black or gold. Yeah, so it would. I think it's going to be beautiful. I think it's going to be beautiful. I cannot wait to see what you do. Hey, Julian, welcome. Okay, so let's see, where are we at? So where we are is it says they want us to open out the lining at the center front, and we're going to pin the bodice sections together, pin the lining sections together, and stitch the center from the seam, breaking stitches at the large circle as shown. Okay, so it wants us to, so now we are basically what we're doing is we are creating this attached piece. But the way we are going to do that, remember we left these open at the bottom, kind of left these things open. So let me show you. So we did a, not just me, but we did a, Nikki Beauty du Jour walked us through how she did a hack of one of her patterns a while ago, and there was a step like this in there where we basically are, so let me just start from the beginning, where we are basically combining those two front pieces, but we have both a lining and we have a facing that we need to combine. So what we're doing is the way that it's explaining it on the instructions, and I'm also trying to remember how we did it when Nikki showed us how to do it is, so I'm gonna have my bodice right side facing up, and I am taking, oh, let me turn this down so you can see too. I am taking the right sides of the fabric and I'm facing them to each other, and I'm gonna clip going down till I get to right to that part where I stop stitching it, and we're going to stitch those together right there, right to that dot, or basically where you stop stitching. So I'm doing that right now. I'm clipping them all the way together to the dot, so which basically should close that whole part up. It should close it. Then we are doing the same thing to the lining piece. So we have the lining piece, and we're going to stitch it right sides together. We're going to pull it together like this, right sides, and we're going to clip it, and we're going to stitch them separately. So it's again closing it up so that it is now all connected. So we're going to clip this and then stitch it also right to the dot. And so what this is basically doing is it's closing it, but also stitching it in a way that you don't have to do a slip stitch or anything like that. And it's keeping it all right sides together. So I'm just pinning these now, and then I'm going to stitch them. So I'm clipping them right sides together, and then I'm going to stitch them down so they'll be right sides together. So stitching two separate stitches, doing this top fabric first, and then I'm going to do the lining right after that. All right, here we go. And you just want to make sure that you do not have any bunching, or you don't accidentally stitch over, any of your other fabrics. You want to try to start basically right on that dot, which is where you left off when you stitched the original, stitch. we go. This is where pins would be really helpful because you can leave them in there right until you get the needle down. All right. Oh, snap. Guess what? I have to. I did it with a basting stitch because I forgot to take my. So I'm going to do it one more time with the regular stitch. But it looks good. So I'm just going to look at it from the other side just to see. It looks good. Okay. So here we go. We're going to do this again, but this time with the regular stitch. And I'm actually going to take this. There's like a little piece that I want to take out. Maybe not. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we got the fabric done, and now we are doing the lining. Same thing, right sides together. We already clipped it, and now we are going to just start on that dot. And make sure I pin this the right way. Gotta make sure it looks done the right way. So that's that way. Nope, I did it the wrong way. So this one should go the other way. So I pinned my power mesh the wrong way. And the reason why I know that is because when this is turned, when the power mesh is on the inside, you should see a finished inside. So there should be no, you shouldn't be able to see the raw edges of the seam. And I pinned it, I clipped it the wrong way. So I'm just flipping it. So when you have lining, you know the raw edges should be facing each other when you have the garment on the right side. So both sides basically have a finished look, the inside of the garment and the outside. Okay, so now that I have it facing the right direction, I'm going to start at the dot, which is basically where you left off with sewing when you were attaching the lining and the fabric. And then you're going to do a straight stitch down, 5/8 of an inch seam allowance is what we're doing. Oh, dang. I didn't realize you could not see. Thank you, Dee. Sorry about that. I'm feeling better. My voice is, I'm not 100% Dee, but Can you see now? Yes, you can see. Okay. I'm not 100% yet, but I definitely feel like much better. Much better than I did, you know, like I think I'm not sick anymore. I think I'm just recovering, I guess is what I want to say. But yesterday was like the worst of it. But as the day went on, the medicines kicked in and I felt like it got better. I started feeling better towards the end of the day, uh, yesterday or last night, I should say. I just needed that extra rest. And that really worked. Rest is like, I call it a secret medicine. Sometimes a little bit of sleep goes a long way. Okay, so we have officially connected our bodice. It is now one single top. No more. I think this is how it's supposed to be. So let's see. Let's see. Hold on. It's not supposed to fit so much like a bee. Let's see. This is I'm working through my power mesh here, y'all. Let me turn this so you can see. So remember I told you the power mesh definitely fits tighter. So I have to like really negotiate getting this on because of the power mesh. But once I, do it. So here we go. This is what it is looking like so far. So you can see that. So then this is gonna connect to the skirt. So we got that done. And then, so the next step is it tells us that we need to baste. There needs to be a basting of this lower edge. So you're basically basting around this circle. And there is a small pleat that goes in here, a gathering that goes in this part. Down the bottom, you have like a marking. Let me see. They want you to do gathers in this part right here. So there's like, you should have a marking. There should be like 2 dots where you're going to gather, or I'm going to actually do a pleat instead, just a single pleat on each side, as opposed to doing a gather. But in this front part, on either side, and then baste all the way around. I'm going to tell you the part that I'm nervous about is that it's not going to, I mean, I am short, so I might be okay. But I feel like it should be just like a little bit longer. But this is a trust the process moment. And that's what we are going to do together. We're going to trust the process. So we're taking this off so we can do the next step, which is we are going to, now that we have both the lining and closer. There we go. Can you see that? Can you see? Can you see? Yes, you can see. So now that we have the lining and the fabric on the outside, we are going to do a basting stitch along the bottom where I showed you when I had it on the dress form. But we also are going to so it tells us, so we're only doing the gathers in the front. I mean, on the primary fabric, not the lining fabric. So let me see. So there are 2 dots. You probably can't see them, but there are 2 dots. One is where my index finger is, and the other where my middle finger is. And you're supposed to do gathering stitches in that area, and then kind of adjust the gathers so that you have this small kind of pleated area in the front. I am nervous about putting some gathering stitches in there because, so I think what I'm going to do is really quickly, I'm going to tie, you say you love to sleep, Dee. You and me, I'm going to try this on to see how it fits. So I will be right back. I'm going to try it on really quick, just the top half, so I can see how it fits, to see if I should put those gathers in, because the gathers are going to be hidden when we attach the bodice to the skirt, and I will have to take apart that whole section if for some reason it's too small at this top part and I need to loosen those gathers. So I'll be right back. Let me try it on and I'll be right back. Okay, so it does fit very good, but I am not going to put in the those gathers. I'm not going to put those in because although it fits well, I'm a little bit nervous about putting them in because, like I said, the work that I would have to do if I cannot fit it. Right now, the bodice does fit. It does come like right here at my waist. So it's right at my waist. So it's probably where it's supposed to be. I think I just want it to be longer psychologically. I want it to be a little bit longer, but it's not. So I think it's going to be okay in terms of the size of it. So yeah, I think we're good to go. So technically right now, I'm just going to put a basting stitch around that entire lower edge. I'm not going to put the gathers in, but that you would be putting, there's a dot on each of the front bodice, and you would be putting gathers in, and then you would be adjusting those gathers to make sure that your bodice and lining line up. But because in my case, so as someone asked earlier, Tammy asked earlier, hey, do you make your power mesh the same size? Because I made the power mesh smaller, they pretty much do line up. So I don't really need to put the gathers in to make them fit to make them this close to the same size because the power mesh is already smaller than my main fabric. So my lining is already smaller. But it does give a pretty good fit. I do like it based on me trying it on. I do like it. I think I wish that maybe the front was a little bit more fuller, like where it comes down on these sides. I wish it had more fabric like here. It's like more stretched out, or not stretched out, but it's more flat. And I would like it to be more like gathered. I don't know, more extra fabric like that, you know. But it's not bad. It doesn't look bad at all. Okay, I am going to stretch my power mesh out just a little bit. Okay, there we go. Actually, I didn't have to stretch it out. I guess I must have pulled on it. Okay, so now I have it all pinned, and I'm going to do a basting stitch. So I'm adjust to 5. Make sure. I'm adjust to 5, and we're going to do a stitch around. Let's see. Okay, here we go. And we're stitching this basting stitch with, again, all of the fabric on the right, right side facing out. And I'm doing it right in the seam allowance, so not at 5/8, just a little bit less than, just because, as I said, it's like a little cheat for me, so I don't have to go back in and take the basting stitch out. The other thing is I'm making sure that my raw edges are lined up as I am doing this basting stitch. Now, one of the things that I have found, I'm not going to do it this time, but I thought it was really helpful to share, is that when I have to do like casings, is doing like a serging the ends of my fabric, especially when I have like multiple layers like I do here. It makes it so much easier to, it makes it easier just to create that casing, because you now know, like, okay, here's one set of fabric, here's another, you know. Okay, there we go. All right, just making sure that I have everything lined up. And this is the last little piece. All right, the basting stitch is in, and now we are going on to the sleeve. So I'm going to put this on here so we can look at it for inspiration, because again, we all love a little inspiration. Okay, there we go. We're going to leave that like that. I'm going to move these other pattern pieces out of the way. Those instructions out of the way. If anybody needs a reminder what we're working on, McCalls 8142 View A is what we're working on. And we are finished the bodice and we are on to the sleeve of the bodice. So the last part of the bodice, which is our sleeve. So here is our beautiful sleeves. Boom. So these sleeves do have, they have a gathering stitch along the top part. So right around like where the shoulder is, we are doing a gathering stitch, and you have like circles there. So I'm going to do from one circle to the other. So those that know me, I normally will do my gathering foot to make these stitches, but in this case, I am not doing that. I'm going to basically pull some of the extra thread out, and then in my seam allowance, going to create 2 rows of like a basting stitch to create my gathers and be able to ease the sleeve into the armhole by adjusting those gathers. And then when I pull it out, I just pull a little bit of extra thread. And now I'm going to put a second row in there. Does it call for 2 rows? Let's see. Yep. So I'm putting a second row in. Again, both of them are in the seam allowance. All right, one sleeve done. And now I'm going to do the second sleeve. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for all of the likes and gifts. I appreciate you for that. So I'm creating my row of gathers. My gathering row, first one on the second sleeve. Oh, here it is. I'm like, where's my... And now I'm doing the second one. I'm telling you, that second foot that pulls, the walking foot that pulls that fabric through is so helpful with this fabric because it's so thin. The machine would have definitely ate it. All right, there we go. They are done. So now it tells us to right sides together. And let me just pull that down so you can see and put this over here. So right sides together, we are going to stitch the sleeve together. So we're going to basically open up our sleeve and line up the sleeve edge to edge, our notches. And we have one notch. There's one notch that you put in here. Line it up, and we are going to pin, and then we're going to stitch straight down. Straight down that sleeve seam. Okay, I just tried to zoom it in a little bit more so you can see a little better. All right, one sleeve pin, and now I'm going to do the other one, and then I'm going to stitch them both. So again, right sides together. Match up those raw edges. And then we're going to stitch it. Stitch right on down the side. So I'm glad, you know, seeing how the bodice is, I'm saying it's short, but it does go right to my, right where my waist bends. I think I just am used to them being a little bit longer, so it's probably going to be just right. But I'm saying all that to say I'm glad that I did add a couple of inches onto the bottom of the skirt. I added 2 inches on. So I'm wondering, it may not be as long as I want it, but it'll be longer than what it would have been otherwise. Okay. Now we are going to the sewing machine and we are stitching our seam. Our sleeve seam. And I am doing this at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. And I do need to adjust it. Like, I almost forgot to put it back to 2.5, which is my regular normal stitch. So I'm just going to do a back stitch a little bit. Oh, look. So D, let me tell you, well, first of all, thank you. Talking and sewing at the same time I've worked on it a little bit. I feel like over the last, year that I've been sewing on live, it's gotten easier, but I still make mistakes. I find that when I'm talking and sewing, I'm making not a lot of mistakes, but I'm using my seam ripper more than I want to. But it's gotten easier. Just when I think I've gotten good at talking and sewing at the same time, I realize, oh, I made a mistake. So I definitely, have not gotten it down. And I think when I do a so one sleeve down, one to go. When I make a muslin ahead of time, I think I can do a little bit better because I have a good feel for the pattern and exactly what I need to do. Um, that makes me feel a lot more comfortable. But I also feel like, our sewing community is it's like a safe space for me. So I also, when I first started sewing on live, I used to always feel like I cannot make any mistakes. How are you going to be showing other people what to do when you don't even know what to do? So that was my mindset. But I feel like I've gotten to know so many people in our sewing space. It's a safe space. So you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have all the answers. I can't tell you the number of times that I'll call Auntie Carol up, call Carmen, Julian has gotten on, Britt, like so many people when I get stuck. So I think that sewing is not about having all the answers. Showing somebody what you're doing is not about always having to be perfect. It's showing people like, yeah, you can call a friend. Yeah, you sometimes have to figure it out. So you will definitely, you get back. Your pattern that you did, that was, it had a lot of steps to it. It was definitely something where you had to stay focused. Hi, Donnie. Welcome. Peach, I am 5'2". I'm 5'2". Thank you. Thank you. Yes, this fabric I actually got from Halal's Textile in Baltimore a while ago. I've had it in my stash for a little bit, so it's been, I've had it. All right, so it's telling us that we need to now create a casing. So in order to do that, it's saying they want us to turn up the lower edge and press and then stitch it closed. And then they want us to cut 2 pieces of elastic, each the length of the guide for the elastic number 9. So here's my piece number 9. So we're cutting 2, 1 for each arm. So here's my, tore it. Here's my my elastic guide. And then we are going to place it into our casing that we're creating. So let me get my elastic. And then we're going to cut that elastic. Okay, I'm back. I got our elastic. Might have to use a white if I don't have enough, but so I'm going to measure out 2 pieces of elastic. There's 1. And then I'm going to measure a second one. Okay. So we are now going to create our casings for our sleeves. Oh, absolutely. You could definitely call me, Dee. Absolutely. Hi, Lala. You said when it was you and I on IG on Fridays, I always thought you were confident in your delivery. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know what? I think it's just about, I would say probably when we were on IG back then, I feel like my confidence probably came from me doing a muslin, ahead of time. Um, hey, Jalen. Jalen, are you staying on? Are you staying on YouTube? Yeah, I think doing the Muslim really helped me, but I also feel like being in a sewing community where, again, people don't expect you to be perfect. People aren't critical of you when you make a mistake or have to use your seam ripper. That really, and my hope is that other people will feel more comfortable, getting on live because they see like, hey, we're doing this together, and it's not that you have to be perfect when you're doing it. So what I'm doing right now is remember I was mentioning, I'm not going to use my iron to press, but basically what it's telling us is that we should turn up 1/4 of an inch, press it, and then do a narrow stitch. And then basically we're going to turn under again and create a casing that we then will be inserting the elastic in. So I'm going to do the first turn up 1/4 of an inch. And I'm going to I have an edge foot here. So I'm going to use that to help me. So I'm basically going to turn and then stitch all at the same time. Oh, let me put it on oh, you can see me. You can see it. You can see it. Okay, good. I forgot to turn it, I think, back away from my. So I'm actually going to start a little bit over from I'm going to start a little bit over from my seam just to make it a little easier for me. And I'm going to here we go. And so now I'm turning it under 1/4 inch as I stitch it. This fabric, because it is so thin, it's easy to do it this way without, having to press it. Before I do the final pictures, I have a steam thing. I'll probably steam it just because I don't want to. I'm so nervous about putting any heat to this because the fabric is so fragile. So this weekend, I'm going to put out my patterns for January and February. I'm excited. I will tell you that I'm going to be doing primarily PDF patterns in January. So I have some beginner friendly PDF patterns. So I'm hopeful that y'all will still sew with me in January. But to give you some idea of like, I have 2 Vicky Sews patterns. One I've already made before, one I have not, but will be making. And then I have Lindsay's pattern. So, Lindsay, who we made the pants. I have like mine. She has it's a Nomi pattern. Stitch fits. So she has a Nomi pattern, the pants, which we made a couple months ago. I think it was our October. So she had an indie pattern, which I did. I was a tester for that pattern and I loved it. It's also, I think, beginner friendly. So we're going to do that pattern and one more. But they are all have very minimal pattern pieces. When it comes to printing, they have very minimal number of pages, and by that I mean like 25 pages, which again, for somebody who's not a PDF pattern person, that does feel like a lot, but it is on the scale of number of pattern pieces, it is very good. And we're going to just talk a lot about, how to piece the patterns together. So I'm going to put some like smaller shorts on my YouTube and probably share them to Facebook and Instagram too, and TikTok on, just things to prepare, how to put the pattern pieces together. And I'm doing this also to motivate me to start to use my projector, which I bought over a year ago and have never used it. So I want to do that too. But first things first, when we're going to be sewing on the sewing machine, but we will be doing PDFs for January. So I'm really excited about that. I'm excited about those patterns because I love every single one of them that I've selected. They are patterns that can be, worn with some high knee boots, a blazer. Like, you can definitely winterize those patterns, but guess what? You can also, with the exception of maybe one of them, you can also wear them in the spring and maybe even in the summer. So I'm excited. I hope that you will sew with me. I will be putting out those patterns. And then February is a little mix of things. So look forward to that. That will be out. So no, this is not the fabric that I wore to the DC fashion show, but this is the same. This is it's the same kind of fabric that I wore to the DC fashion show, but it's a different pattern of this fabric. So, but yes, it's the same. It's kind of see-through, but not really, because you can't see through it, but you definitely won't be able to see through it once the power mesh is under it. Okay, so we've gotten in both sleeves, we got our little narrow hem in, and now we are going to fold over again. And we're basically creating a casing at this point. So it is wrong side facing out is what we're doing. And then we're going to create a casing by folding up. And does it tell us how much to fold up? It says no, it just says basically we're doing another narrow stitch. It says stitch close to the upper edge. So we are using this, 1/4 inch elastic. So it needs to be a little bit larger than that, probably like 3/8. And then we need to make sure that we leave a little section open. So y'all know me, I'm notorious for closing the whole thing because I'm talking. So I am going to use 2 clips to tell me don't sew here, because I will sew there. And I'm going to create my casing. So what would make it a little bit easier depending on your fabric is to press it, and then, but I'm not going to be pressing, but you can, that will help. I'm just going to make it a little bit smaller because I don't want it wide. All right, there we go. So I am just creating my casing, and I'm doing it exactly the same way I create that narrow hem, which is just turn it under as I'm sewing it. And once I get to my clips on the other side, I will know that I need to stop. Yes, projector pattern sewing. That's what I would love to be able to do. I did, yes, Tammy. I would love to be able to do that. I brought that projector. I went to, so Aronica has a projector class. I went to that class. In fact, it was a year ago, because how I remember is my grandson was born. And I remember going into the hospital to see my grandson. And I would have brought my iPad because I had, of course, my daughter had the baby a week early. So I brought my iPad because I already paid for this class. And I was like, I'm going to watch this class. So I'm going in there to see Aronica. I had my AirPods, to see my grandson. I had my AirPods in. I'm watching Aronica on the screen, but I can't really talk because I don't know, I wasn't really, being able to talk because I was also watching him play with him, or not playing with him because he was a brand new born baby, but I was, looking at him and, all those things. So yeah, that was about a year ago that I took the second class. That was actually the second class because it was like a 2-part class. So I brought the projector with all intention to use it, and never used it. I just started getting into other things, but I would love to be able to use it, and I will, because I bought it and I will use it. Okay, one casing is done. So we are now going to do the other casing. And then we're going to put both of our elastic in at the same time. And sleeves will be done. Now, one thing I wish that I would have done, which I did not do in the first one, is to cut out some of the seam allowance. Because when you are trying to push the elastic through, that makes it very difficult to do, because it often will get stuck on there. So this one, I am going to cut off just a little bit of the seam allowance that will be enclosed when I create the casing. So it just will make it easier. And then I am also going to cut this little piece off as well. There we go. I should have did it on the first one, because I do know that that can create some challenge. I also tend to create, another thing that helps me is I usually have my openings around where the seam connects, because that's usually the hardest part to push through. So that's the part that I usually will create the opening for the elastic to slide through. That's another little thing that I do that makes it easier for me to put the elastic through. Okay, and here we go again, the second sleeve. Thank y'all for all the likes. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we have created our casing. So now it is time for us to put our elastic through. So what I have down now is basically both of my sleeves with the part of the opening there that I'm going to push through, and I'm going to use safety pins to push them through. So I usually put one safety pin to push it through, and then one I connect it to the seam allowance on the other end, and then I'm going to push this through. I'm very excited about this sleeve. I feel like, a dramatic sleeve is a very necessary part of any New Year's Eve festivity. Thank you, Dee. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you watching. So yeah, so I'm fishing this through, and it's going through without effort. So I'm very happy. Let me tell you the trials and tribulations that I've had with pushing elastic through these sleeves, these casings. Let me tell you, I've come a long way. Hey, Shim, welcome. I'm very happy that you are here. Okay, there we go. One is done. And well, not done, but close. So we are going to now take the pieces of elastic, overlap them, basically overlap them like one over top of the other, put them under the sewing machine and stitch across the overlap. So it could be a little tricky. You have to stretch it out a little bit to create like enough so that your hands don't get stuck under there. And then I usually overlap it just enough to have it over the over the dog feed, and then just go back and forth a couple of times. And I usually create 2 rows. So once I finish one, I just move it over a little bit and then create another one. And I also don't close my opening until I try it on and make sure it's not, the tightness that I want, because sometimes it's too loose and I need to open it up and do it again to make it tighter. So I don't close my opening until I do all my final hems and all that jazz. So here's the second one. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm just going to clip this on to seam allowance, and then we're going to push this through. Oh, let me see. You can't see me. Just realized. There we go. Now you can see what I'm doing. You see my voice keeps still. This is how I know I'm like, I'm doing better, but my voice keeps going to that raspy like voice. Okay. I love it. These pieces of elastic are going through really quickly. Okay. We got it through. And now we're going to do the same thing we did on the other side, which is overlap the pieces of elastic and do a couple of stitches. You also want to make sure that you don't end up turning your elastic so that it's not, you know, flipped. So even when you're kind of pulling it out, you want to make sure you keep it from turning. All right, here we go. I'm just going to overlap. And then we're doing, okay. And I overlap just enough to cover the feed dogs. And there we go. Going back and forth just a couple of times. And then creating a second row. All right, there we go. Both of them are done. And now we are going to put them into the bodice. We're going to attach them to the bodice. So turn your sleeves right side out. So let's move this all over. And let's take this off. And we're going to turn this so that the right side is to the inside. So we're turning our bodice so that the right side is toward the inside. And I'm turning it so front facing up, taking my sleeve. And you want to make sure that, so you have two notches, which represent the back part of the sleeve, and one notch that represents the front part of the sleeve. You want to make sure that when you are putting it in, that you have the two notches going towards the back and the one notch going towards the front. And that will let you know that you have the sleeve going in the right way. And then you also, those notches should match up to your armhole as well. But what I typically do is I line up my seams first, and then I go to my notches. And I will be clipping these in using clips rather than pins. And remember, we created gathers at the top. So if you need to pull your gathers to make sure your sleeve fits in there, this is the time that you would be pulling those gathers as well. So like I have some extra, this is the extra. I'm going to pull those gathers to make sure that it, and then I'll move the, adjust the gathers a little bit, but just like that, now it's all lined up. And then I just even them out. Okay, one arm is in, and now we're going to do the same thing on the other side, which again, your sleeve is right side out and your bodice is wrong side out. You're going to put your Sleeve in, insert your sleeve through the armhole so that now right sides are facing each other. So the right side of the sleeve is on looking at the right side of the bodice, and you're going to line it up. So I start with my seams. I pin those first, or clip them in this case because we're clipping, and then I start to work everything else around. And the other thing is, you know, when you, again, you have those two notches that let you know that part of the sleeve should be matching up with the two notches to the back. But once you put one arm in correctly, then you know the other arm is going to be right because you don't have any other arms. So it's going to be right. So I am just pinning or clipping in this case. Making sure I don't clip my threads that I might need to pull. And then I see I have like a little bit of extra in the sleeves. It's a little bit, you can see that little, it doesn't line up fully because this is a little bit too big. So then I just pull my threads. Or pull the other side. There we go. And then I spread, once I pull the gathers, I just spread them out so they're evenly placed. And then I clip it all around so that all the raw edges are lined up. Same way we did it on the other side. And now we are going to then just stitch at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance around each armhole. And that will be attaching the sleeves. All right, here we go. And I am sewing this at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay, and making sure that your raw edges are all lined up and you don't have any bunching or anything like that. And you'll have a lot of extra little strings hanging from your, you know, when you did your gathering, and you could just cut all those off once you finished your stitching your armhole. All right, one arm down and one to go. There we go. Hey, Julian. So, I think, are we done? Oh, almost. And do a quick little back stitch. And we are done. Yay. So we have finished, really finished the bodice. Now we are on to the skirt. We are on to the skirt. So it's, again, it's a little tricky because of the power mesh. It's really gripping on the inside, but with some adjustment, it does come down a little bit more, but there we go. There we go. Okay, so we are now onto our skirt. So we're going to take piece number 10, which is a gathering piece. I mean, a piece that we have to gather. And where's our piece number 10? Okay, here we go. Piece number 10. So piece number 10 looks like a C. It's like a little curved piece like this. And you had to cut 2 of them. So it looks like this, kind of. A little bit of a curved piece. Oh, there we go. So you should be able to see. There we go. So I also had to add some. So what you see is here's my 2 inches that I added. Because remember I told you I added length. So I also had to add length to this piece too. So, and I also added, so not only did I add the 2 inches here, I also had to add this because I added the 6/8 of an inch from the waist, and then I kind of tapered it out towards the end. So we are doing gathering stitches towards the outer edge of that C. So if you think of a C, like a 3D C, the outer edge of that C is where we are doing 2 rows of gathers on each piece. So that's what we're about to do right now, is do our gathering stitches. And it is from the top to the bottom that we're creating those gathers. So I'm doing those in the seam allowance, and I am doing them in the seam allowance, but also with a basting stitch. So I'm going to turn this to 5-0. All right, here we go. So, you know, Carmen was saying, yeah, I definitely, we did all holiday dresses all this month. So we've done 2. This is our 3rd. I have posted the styled looks, or a styled version of a styled look, for the first 2 dresses that we did this month. So if you are looking for dresses, definitely take a look and see if any of those might be a style that you would like. Okay, 1 in and 1 to go. We're going to do another row, all in the seam allowance. We are down to the last part, and I'm so excited that you all have hung in there. We are doing the skirt. It's already trying to gather. It's like, okay, I know what I'm here. Try to straighten it out a little bit. All right, one down, one to go. Again, we are doing this gather stitch to the outer edge. Two rows. Thank you, Miss Tata. Thank you. It's so funny because I haven't even got a chance to pull in the gathers, and it's already starting to gather. Hope I left enough extra thread. Okay. So I'm pulling out some extra because I'm going to also, ooh, did I not cut that? Because I'm going to see it started to gather already. So I'm going to pull some of the gather out until it's time, just because I don't want it to be overly gathered before I need to. Okay, so the gathers are in, and now it's basically telling us to take the ungathered portion of these and connect it to piece 11. So piece 10 are the gathered pieces, and we are going to connect them to piece 10. So we're going to open up piece 10, right sides facing, right side up. This is the bottom. Make sure I have it right. Okay, here is this. Yes, here we go. This is the top. This is the top. So this is my piece 11. This is the bottom of the skirt. The skirt back. And then these are actually the skirt fronts. So I'm going to match them up, match up my notches. Make sure I have my right sides. Oh, and I'm pinning the wrong side. So anyway, match your notch. So you should have a double notch that you are then going to match. So the ruffle part should be facing towards the inside of the skirt. And then you're going to match up your your notches, your raw edges, and you're going to clip it. And then we're going to do the same thing to the other side. And then guess what? Our skirt is going to be almost together. So I'm just matching up those raw edges and clip there and there. Okay, so one side is done, and now we're going to do the other side. Same thing. I'm just going to lay it a little bit of a different direction, but match up the one end. Match up your notches. Thank you. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. All right. So you stitch down the side seam of the skirt. What happened to my camera? See, did it disconnect? Oh, there we go. Okay. I was like, what happened? And why did that flip sideways? Let's see. I don't know why that flipped. That's awful. I'll fix it in a minute. Okay, we're going to stitch this side seam. I was trying to flip it, but I don't know why it's flipped that way. Anyway, okay, we're going to sew this side seam. Making sure my raw edges are lined up. I'm also going to make sure that I adjust my stitch width back to 2.5. Because what we're not going to do is do a basting stitch. So this is a regular stitch. At 5/8 of an inch. Also, I want to say thank you to all everyone who joined or subscribed to my YouTube. I definitely hit my goals for this week, and I'm confident I will hit my goal for this month. So thank you. Thank you all for sharing and, you know, sharing with other people, subscribing yourselves. All very, very helpful. I am also, I started, but I have not finished on the lives because I keep them on YouTube. I'm going to go in and start putting the time markings in so that it can be hard to watch a 3-hour live of actual sewing that's not, unedited. So I think it might be helpful for people to go back if they can know what sections cover what parts. So I'm going to start. I've started it already. I'm going to continue. Thank you, Carmen. I'm going to continue to go in and add the timing marker so that it'll be much more enjoyable and easier for other people that want to go back and watch afterwards. I also just put up a video, a quick, I think it's like 7 or 8 minutes on YouTube of step-by-step how to sew a welt zipper pocket. So you all know that I did with Britt, who was amazing, Auntie Carol, and Aisha got on, and I posted that live we did on TikTok back in March of this year. So I posted it on my YouTube. I edited it a little bit and posted it. And it does have the timing on it, so you can see which parts you want to watch or watch the whole thing, because it is great conversation, a really fun live. But then from that, I did a step-by-step tutorial on how to sew a welt pocket. Welt zipper pocket, not just a welt pocket. Okay, skirt sides are sewn. So it's still open in the front where we had the gathers. Those parts are still open. So we're going to push this to the side for now. And we are going to do the same thing with the lining. So literally we have, ooh, Jesus, please don't be broke. Okay. My fault. There we go. Okay. I don't have a casing on there, so I was like, please don't be broke. So we're going to do the same thing with the lining. Same thing with the lining that we did with the, or almost the same thing, in that we're not going to create any gathering. We're just going to sew piece 12, which to piece 11. So piece 11 of the lining is right here. So all we're doing is sewing the sides on. We are down to the wire. Actually, we have 2 more steps. And then we are, I think, we are then connecting the bodice to the the bodice to the skirt, and that's it. Okay, so let me pin these 2 sides on here. Okay, this is one. So I'm just going to clip these on, and then we're going to stitch right down. Thank you, Carmen. Yeah, I think, thank you, Shim. Thank you, Miss Tata. Yeah, I feel like that ability to go back and go to specific locations, because it's one thing to sew along when you're sewing with someone in real time, But when you're sewing on your own, you might be like, oh, okay, I understand that piece, that section. So you then you don't want to watch somebody go through the whole section, you know, if you're not sewing with them at the same time in real time. So you want to be able to say, okay, I'm ready for the next section. So that's what I think that'll be really helpful to say, okay, here's the next section that you can go to if you want to watch the next section. Or you might be like, I know how to do everything but this part. So I'm going to go in and basically follow what I've been doing is following the instructions, and like, you know, unless it's really tedious, then I won't be like, okay, here, you know, each section, but enough sections that you can move through it fairly quickly and find what you need. So look forward to that. I'll, post something. You'll know that it's been updated because the thumbnail will change. That's how you'll know. So I'm going through it because it does require me to watch every single one of them to know, okay, well, this is where it goes. So yeah, I'm excited to add that. I think it'll make it more user friendly for people. And at one day, when I get really good, I will some kind of way mark it in real time, so I can know, like, okay, this is when I got to step, this part, I can like write it right on the directions, and then it'll make it even easier for me to go back. Okay, so I've clipped piece 11 to piece 12 to piece 11, which is the front to the back on the lining. And now I'm just going to do a single stitch down on each one, and that will be done. And then we're going to basically connect them. Okay. All right, here we go. Stitching this at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. And a regular stitch. Thank you. Again, always making sure that your raw edges stay lined up. Making sure you also don't pull the power mesh too much, because it will stretch. I'm sorry, my picture is sideways. I have to figure out how to turn that around. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know why it's not orienting. I don't know. I can't get it to turn, and I feel bad that it's that way. But we are almost done. That's the motivation, to really power through. Power through. Get it done. We have done that. We have done it. Okay, so those are done. Now it says with wrong sides together, we're going to pin the skirt to the skirt lining, matching the centers and the notches. So we have our skirt right here. Wrong, it says with wrong sides together. So that means that we are going to place our right side facing down and we're going to place our lining. We're going to put our wrong side facing down. So basically wrong sides are facing. And we're going to line up our seam allowances. And this is where it's good to have a great press because those seam allowances would be lying flat, open, and you would be able to just, match them up so easily. So I'm matching them and I am opening them up just to make it easier. Now, what I do want to make sure is that I have the right side. Nope, I don't. So because this is it looks so similar, you want to also, I know my notches are at the top, so. Same thing with this side. Okay. So I'm basically opening up my seam allowance. And I am opening up my seam allowance here. I'm matching that. Clipping it. I like to do my seam allowances, my seams first. Match up my seams first. And then go back and make everything else work if I can. And it should be easy because, like in this case, it all lines up. So no big issues here. So I'm just putting a couple clips in. So I am then going to pull it to one side and match up the front. And put a couple clips in here as well. And then we are going to do a basting stitch all along the top of the skirt. Okay. I was like, let me make sure I pin this right. Okay, so let me just show you what I did. Show you and tell you what I did. Okay, so here's my skirt all pinned. Here's my lining on this side. So I basically have the right side facing out and then the right side of the lining facing out. So I pinned it together that way. So wrong sides are facing, and then I'm going to do a basting stitch all the way across the top from one side to the other. One side to the other. Let me see if I do it that way. No, I don't know why it's doing that. That is so irritating. How do you rotate that? All right, let's try it that way. All right, there we go. I'm just gonna have to move this up a little bit so you can see my face. There you go. All right, we working with something there. Okay, here we go. Basting stitch across the top from one end to the other in the seam allowance. So not 5/8, but a little less. So I'm adjusting it to 5.0. Making sure I keep my raw edges even. So if you're on the East Coast, definitely bundle up on Sunday and Monday because it's supposed to be like, I think they said like a nor'easter or something is coming through, and it's supposed to be high winds, gusts, rain, and no snow, but just lots of rain and wind. And it's supposed to be cold. Colder than it was today, which was on the East Coast, it was very, or DMV is pretty warm. In almost 60 degrees today. It was 60 degrees actually. Okay. And just like that, oops. All right, just like that, we have finished our basting stitch to the top. So the next thing that we are doing is, it says with wrong sides together, okay, pin skirt to skirt lining, matching the centers, baste the upper raw edges together. We did that. And then it says with right sides together, stitch the center front seam ending at the lower large circles. So we are basically creating our skirt. And let me I just want to make sure that I have my basting, my gathering stitches right. Let's see. Okay. All right. I'm just going to even this out a little bit more. And then I'm going to put right sides together. So those right sides are both your lining, I'm sorry. Yes, your lining and your main fabric. So you are basically taking them both together, lining them up, and you're going to stitch down that side. But remember, they did not have us put a basting stitch in that front, or did they? Let's see. With wrong sides together, pin skirt to skirt lining, matching centers, having raw edges even, and baste upper raw edges together. Oh, it does say. So baste center front. So we are supposed to baste down the front, which makes 100% sense. So we're going to do that. So that edge that we had created those gathers in, we are going to baste those to baste the the lining to those, but I'm going to do a check because I feel like one of my sides is more gathered than the other, and it is. So I'm just going to remove some of it or loosen some of the gathering so it is more even. Before I base stitch those together. Or I'm going to put some more in. So I'm just going to pull this string to put some more in. To help create this gathering. Okay, I just want to make sure you can see. Can you see it? There you go. Okay. So once I make sure that these are really even, okay, now I am going to do a basting stitch attaching the lining to the front lining. So the front lining to the, the front lining to the front fabric, front skirt. I'm going to attach that. Now my lining, I did make shorter than the skirt just because I didn't want it to hang out the front. So I didn't make it the full length of the skirt. So that's the other thing I did a little bit different. Thank you, Shem. Oh, you have been. So what do you think about all the different platforms? Which one do you like the best? Soon, I mean, hopefully, I think Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram should look the same. They're supposed to. They should. They're all coming through StreamYard. TikTok is the only one that does have one view, but StreamYard, TikTok is coming. So it will soon have the same view. And on top of that, StreamYard released something today saying that it was going to have the portrait views. So right now, if you are on Facebook, if you're on Instagram, your view actually might be different because it is like the TikTok view, which is that it is portrait, whereas Facebook and YouTube have a landscape look. So, but I also saw that TikTok said that they were going to be doing some more. I heard that they were going to be doing some more landscape views. So things are coming. Different things are coming. We'll be here for it all. I know 60 is hot. I think 60 is definitely, it was hot for December, but you know what? I was nervous. Yes, I'm also on Facebook too. So I'm streaming right now to Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. All of 4 of those platforms, but the views are a little bit different. So you said you think YouTube has the best view. So what did I hit? Let me see. I'm still live on Instagram, but it's telling me that I might have, oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Let's see. We're going to keep going. But I love that feedback. It does help me because I'm like, I don't know, because I can't, once the Instagram is over, the live is, I guess I can save the live. I can, it does let me save it, but it's in a different way. So I can only really see Facebook and YouTube. after the fact. I guess I can watch TikTok too. So I probably need to go back and look at TikTok and see what you see with all the views. Oh, you don't see it. That's right. So I don't know. I mean, I do know because you don't have it, access to it. All right, I'm just putting in the basting stitch. That's what I'm doing now. Down the front of the skirt, basting the lining to the skirt is what I'm basting. Making sure that those raw edges do stay even. All right, one side down, one to go. I appreciate y'all hanging in there. I know we've been on for a minute now, but we are very close to done. Very, very close. All right, both sides are done. And now we are going to, with right sides together. So we've gotten all the lining pinned to the skirt, and now we are doing right sides together. So we are literally taking the skirt, folding it in half, right sides together. Remember, I had mentioned that my lining, so see how in the back I didn't make it shorter, and it's like right there. It's actually hanging past the skirt. So I'm probably going to go back in at some point and cut that, make it shorter. But in the front, it doesn't go all the way to the bottom because I don't need it to. And I don't want it to be ever hanging out. So right sides together. Now I'm going to clip the skirt. So I'm basically closing up that front. Closing up that front part. And we are going to do a stitch down that front center seam. And the skirt will be together. And then we just have to attach it to the bodice. Okay, so I have my front center seam pinned. Again, I did intentionally make my lining shorter in the front. I forgot to do it in the back, but I will be cutting that shorter later. And so now we are, why did that flip around again? That's so interesting. All right, there we go. I don't know why it keeps flipping, but it's not being nice. Yes, right. So that shem, that's what I've been trying to move the camera a little bit so that you can see, but you're right. I have to keep moving it back and forth to make sure you have a good view. Let's see. TikTok has lowered the amount of likes a person. Really? TikTok has lowered the amount of likes per person during a live. I didn't know that. Oh yeah, so Shem, you know what? I think TikTok did. It says that I'm still on, but I got a message from StreamYard that the connection is something's going on with the connection. Yes, definitely. Thank you, Lala. I appreciate you. I definitely do. All right, I need to reduce my stitch. And we're going to do this again one more time. Yeah, I think that the Instagram expired at 4 hours. It says I have up till 5 hours, but I guess they said we're going to give you 4 hours today. But we'll work with it. I'm going to make sure I post the final so that everybody who is on Instagram who hung in there gets to see the final one. Because that's kind of the reward for staying on and hanging in there. It's like, getting to see, get an idea of what the look looks like before anybody else in real time. I enjoy doing that too. I definitely do. So all of the hemming I am doing offline, just so people know. Yes, I will be doing all of that offline. So I won't be hemming any parts, during the live. Okay, so we have finished that, and now it is telling us to attach the skirt. So with right sides together, we're going to pin the skirt to the bodice. So we're going to take this off. Look at that. We are in the home stretch. For any baseball fans, we are in the home stretch. Okay, so here's our right side. So we have our right side on the inside. Make sure we have front to front, back to back. So remember, the front is the one, this with the seam in it, facing front. We're going to keep our bodice with right sides facing out, and we are going to insert it inside of our skirt. Make sure that the right side is to the front. Let me make sure I do that right. Yes. And line up your seams. So I'm just kind of shaking it out so it won't be all bunched up in there, but I have my front to the front, my back to the back, but the bodice is inside of the skirt, and the bodice is again on the right side. So when you open it up, you should see the right side of the skirt and the right side of the bodice. That's what you should see. Okay, I like to start with my side seams. But in this case, we do have a front seam as well, because we have that front that we stitch together. And then we have the front of the skirt where that the gathering is. So you can pin those pieces together first to make sure that all lines up. And then I would go to the side seams, pin that, or clip that, and then Clip the other side seam as well. And they line up pretty good. And then the back. And you want to make sure that those raw edges are lined up really good. This is where the basting stitch really comes in handy because you have 4 layers here. And this is where it gets really tricky also because we have to create a casing because there is a piece of elastic that goes in this middle part to cinch the middle. So I have it all pinned and now I am going to stitch around. Where am I? Right sides together, pin skirt to bodice, matching the centers, base stitch, and then we're going to form a casing for the elastic by stitching again at 1/4 of an inch from the edge. So the initial stitch is going to be at 5/8 of an inch, and then the second stitch is going to be 1/4 of an inch from the edge. So let's get you over to the sewing machine so you can see. And let's see. There we go. And then let me turn you around so you can see. Because seeing is everything. When you can see, it's so much more enjoyable, right? Okay, and then so what I was going to say about this stitch is that this stitch, and it says create a basting stitch, but I am actually going to create a regular stitch because this is what is going to be used to create my casing. And 5/8 of an inch is really important to make sure you have enough room to create the casing. So I am now stitching the bodice to the skirt and also creating the bottom part of the casing, all in one step. Make sure your raw edges are all lined up. Oops, look at that. Let's see. It's in there a little bit. Thank you. Oh, look at that. What was that? Thank you. Thank you, Nikki. Hey. Oh, this. Let's see. There you go. How are you? It's so good to see you. How are you? Okay. So I am, again, making sure my raw edges are all lined up because the worst thing, especially with all these layers, it's so easy to just get something all bunched up and not realize until after you think you're done. Yes, yes. You said baste it. Why did you say baste it? All right. Okay, so we got one of those in, and now we are going to create this casing. But okay, yep, here's what we're going to do. So I'm putting my clips on so I know I do not run over and stitch the whole thing closed. That would be not good, right? And now I'm stitching 1/4 from the edge. This is the second stitch that will create our casing. A much easier stitch because we already stitched it all together. I'm so excited because we are almost done. You cutting out your bag for tomorrow. Okay. Are you so yes, right, you watch college football. Do you also watch professional football too? I know you're like me. I know you love football. What is your team again? You know my team is the Ravens, so okay, he said, yes, ma'am. Okay, so here we are. We have created our casing. Oh, the Buccaneers. Okay. OSU. Okay, and the Buccaneers. You say you just top stitched one. Oh, Miss Tata is working. Are you working on a bag too, Miss Tata? Okay. So we have created our casing, and guess what? We are to the last step, which is to put this elastic through. So I guess we are using white elastic today because I am out of black in this size. So we also have another guide, number 15. And that is our elastic piece that we need to have. And so I'm going to use, oh, here we go. Here's my elastic. Oh, you said you did that bag on live last year. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm measuring this out. I'm hoping that this white, you're not going to be able to see it. If you are, I'll switch it out later, but we're going to cut this. Here we go. Move that to the side, move that to the side. And we got our safety pins here, which we're going to use to fish this through. Let me see, do I have any larger ones? Because I feel like, no, let's stick with the little ones. All right, one on one end. Are you excited as I am to try this dress on? Because I am super excited to try this dress on. I feel like we've been here and the time has come. Okay, so I'm just going to attach one end to the seam allowance and one end we're going to use to push through. And here we go. This is literally the last thing before we try it on. I cannot be so excited as I am. You said I'm not going nowhere till I see it. Thank you. Here we go. We are fishing this through. I think we are good. I don't think we're going to have to worry about being able to see this white. Made it through. So areas that I usually worry about when I'm fishing through, especially, you know, when it's multiple layers like this, is when I get to the seams, because they tend to be a little bit more bulkier. But we made it through one seam. So we got 3 more to go. Or actually 2 more. Okay, we done made it through the second seam. So we are looking good. We are looking good. Almost through. Okay, look at that. Look how the time is going by. All right, last little bit. We are almost done. Okay, here we go. Got it through. And now I'm going to stitch this down. Do the same kind of overlapping that we did before. And like the other seams that I have elastic in, I am not going to close it up until I make sure the elastic is the right, gives me the right cinch that I need. So I'm doing a really quick there we go. A really quick stitch. This is going to be really interesting, but we're going to see how it does. Okay. All right, and I'm going to stitch a little bit, another row. All right, we are done, and we'll just turn it right side out. So I still have to hem, which I'll do later. But let's see. There we go. Okay. So this is the dress completely finished. The back. So I'm going to go try it on and I will be right back. You have made it to the end. You did it. You have done it. Okay, here we go. Let me try it on and I'll be right back. Okay. Just put my shoes on. No, I gotta have those shoes. I do love it. It looks very good. Let me see. I'm glad that I added the inches on. Okay, here we go. So the dress is finished. I don't know if you could see it all. So a couple of things I know I'm going to do different or adjust. Sleeves are still too baggy, so I have to make the elastic a little smaller in the sleeves. I feel like, I think the skirt, I would have liked it to be a little bit longer, like come like right here to my mid-calf. But it does have the little cinch effect. I don't know if you could see that, the ruching in the front, if you could see that really, really good. It has that. I feel like there's a little bit of tightness around the arms, but not anything like I can get it on fine. And you see what I mean by I wish that it was like maybe a little bit more cinched right here in this part. And I also see like where it's not perfectly lined up. So I'm gonna take that out and move that over just a little bit because I want it to be lined, especially since it's right in the front. But other than that, I just need to adjust these arms so that I can have that more, poofiness. But this fabric is very, it's very loose, so it's not going to, it doesn't have as much structure. So I'm going to make this a little bit tighter. But other than that, I really like it. It doesn't have any cinching in the back, so it's just straight in the back, which is why I wish it would have been a little bit longer. But I can pull it down a little bit. Like I would have liked it to be just like that. I feel like that's my length that I like. But I love it. I feel like it looks really good. We'll have to see how it looks in comparison to the dress we do next week. But I'm gonna make those couple adjustments. I also still do have to hem the bottom, so it's gonna be a little bit shorter because by the time I add the little hem, 1/4 inch hem, so not significant. But this is it. This is the final look. Some black heels. definitely a holiday dress. I don't know if it's New Year's. I'm still once I do the finished touches, I will see. But I do like it. I will definitely wear it. What do you think? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. So I'm gonna do the finishing looks. The finishing touches, hem it, make those couple of adjustments, and I will take pictures in the final look. I just want to say thank you all for hanging in there for every step. We've been on for 4 hours and 41 minutes. So it's been a minute. You all have been there from the beginning. So I really appreciate it. And I hope it was worth it. And I will be posting the final looks hopefully this weekend. I'll do the hemming tomorrow when I get up, and we will. Can I add hem tape so I don't have to take too much of it? Yeah, so I might do that. That's a good idea. Hem tape, because I do love the length. I added those 2 inches. Can you imagine if I add those 2 inches? So the skirt, it might actually be meant to be a shorter skirt. It's probably meant to be like right here. And for some people, that's okay. Yeah, it probably is meant to be like this. Can you see that? Like, it's probably meant to be that short. So it's at that, for me, this is that length that's like kind of, you either want it to be a mini or you want it to be down. I was going for a lower, but I could see a mini. I could definitely see the mini being really super cute. So yeah, so just for those that no, I added 2 inches to the skirt. So it's definitely probably meant to be right here, right above the knee. But yeah, I'm going to try the hem tape. And if I can't get that right length, I might end up making it a mini, because mini is not too bad. I can wear it with some boots, some thigh boots. So it gives me still the coverage that I like. Thank you, Brooklyn. Thank you, Lala. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you for hanging in there. And we got one more dress, because we're not on the weekend of New Year. New Year's Eve, we're not on. But we have one more dress next weekend. So I'm excited about it. I got some fun fabric that we're going to use. But look out for this. I will be posting this final look soon. I will be posting it. So thank you all for hanging. You said mini is for you. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Mini, look. Nothing wrong with a good mini. And this might end up being a mini because I can already see just shorter. It's meant to be shorter. It definitely is. You said you like the length that I'm going for. Yeah, that's my length too. That's my go-to length. My go-to length is right here. Like, it's either got to be right here, right here. Those are my 2 favorite lengths. I'm not usually a mini person, but I'm not opposed to mini. It's just not my preference. Because I'm already so short. So I feel like the longer dresses make me look tall, make me feel and look taller. So that's why I go for those kind of longer. Anyway, it's midnight. Thank you. 12:01. I appreciate you all so much. And stay tuned for the finished styled look. Good night, everybody. Good night. Good night. Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Arvana. Let me see. Vam Clorin. Thank you so much if I said it right. Cynthia, thank you, Miss Tata. Thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you, Lala, for hanging in there. Belinda, thank you. Nikki, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Miss Alethea, thank you. Thank you for hanging in there. Thank you. Oh, Nikki, thank you, Nikki. I don't know if you're still on, but I appreciate you. All right, have a good evening, everyone, or not evening, it's night. Good night. Bye. See you all next week. Let me make sure I do end it. Bye, everyone.